Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps for the singing of the national anthem sung today by Miss Jessica Hansen.
Let's start that again. Here we go. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Excellent work, Jessica. Welcome to Canterbury Park. We have 10 races for you today on a good main track. We are off the turf course, which has prompted a number of changes, and those are up next. In race number 1, please scratch the 2 X prompt. With that scratch, we have no trifecta wagering or show wagering in the first. Race 2 is clear of change. Race 3, just as race 1, is off the turf. Several changes in here. Please scratch number 1, Hunter's Magic. The 2, Intense Company. Number 3, Fall Moon. Number 4, Rental Pool. Number 5, Slime Queen. Number 9, In the Red. And number 10, Dreaming Biz. With all of these scratches, we have no place, show, trifecta, or superfecta wagering in the third. Again, scratch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, and 10 in race number 3. Race number 4 is also off the turf. We scratch number 2, College Party, and number 7, Remember the Main. No superfecta wagering in the fourth. Race number 5, scratch number 5, Latest Attraction. Again, in the fifth, scratch number 5, Latest Attraction. Race number 6 is also off the turf. In race 6, scratch number 1, Mishko, number 4, Tour the World, and number 9, Thick Haze. Scratch numbers 1, 4, and 9 in race number 6. Race number 7, scratch the 6, Give 'em Heck Beck, and number 7, Time Heist. Race 7, scratch the 6 and 7. Same goes for race number 8. If you would, please scratch number 6, Beyond Brown, and number 7, Silver Coin. 6 and 7 scratched from both our 7th and 8th race today. The final scratch on the card comes in race number 9. Please take out number 5, Wildcat Hagrid. Well, we hope you've got ink left in your pens to mark down some picks after all of those scratches. Jeff Madej and Kevin Gorg are out in the tub to bring you Today at the Races.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joining Kevin Gorg. We're here to take a look at this beautiful 10-race card. Now, granted, a couple of the races fell apart with the move from the turf to the dirt, but so it is. We still can wager. We still can make some money. And I think in some cases, with that change, it even makes the races more intriguing.
Yeah, I think it's still a card where with the pick 4s, pick 5s, and those rolling pick 3s, I still find some of these races challenging. You're going to see the pick 4 ticket I put together for the fans when we wrap up here. I'll hustle up to the studio and go over a $6 ticket I put together. But there's a race that has 3 horses where I used all 3. I hit the all button because I think in those smaller fields, and we've got a 3-horse field and a 4-horse field, the pace kind of gets jumbled. It turns into a different kind of race to handicap, and you see strange results in those small races where the longest shot on the board can win. So keep that in mind. I still think the pick 4 could pay decent. I know the pick 5 can because our best betting races tonight are kind of at the back end of the card. I've got a 12-1 I like as my power play of the night coming up in one of the last couple of races. So, yeah, there's still money to be made. We got food trucks. It smells delicious out here. Kip from marketing just came out and showed me his Philly cheesesteak sandwich. Oh, my goodness. Did that thing look good. So thank you to the food trucks for being here. And the weather turned out to be beautiful. We had forecast terrorism all week. Going to be rainy on Saturday. I look up, the sun's shining, we're ready to go.
Absolutely, a very beautiful day. And the food trucks are located here in the paddock and then out on the track apron as well. So do some shopping. I mean, don't limit yourself to one meal, for God's sake.
You're at a track. I mean, you can eat 2 or 3 meals all within the 6 hours it's going to take to get these races going and, have some fun with it.
It's kind of a tune-up, really, for the state fair. That's the way I look at it tonight, and that's why we do it. John Gruenthal thought, well, the state fair starts next week. Let's get people ready.
Right.
Food trucks. So here you go. And there's some freaks here and a little bit of everything. So it's just like going to the fair.
Yeah, find a little something here and there. Eat your way through the night. We'll make you some money, hopefully, with some of our selections here. And at the end of the night, I guarantee you'll be entertained and hopefully be walking out with more money than you came in with.
First race, we have one scratch, the 2 X-Prompt. So now we have a 4-horse field and a horse that probably takes a lot of money, the 5 Plain Talk, who would have been likely favored had they been on the turf. So I don't think the surface really matters here. Horse has proven it can run on the dirt and on the turf. It's got a lot of speed. It's Mac Robertson. It's Roman. That's the horse I put on top. I think they need to catch Plain Talk to cash here, but their Chessmaster is super talented as well.
And so is the 1. Minister of Soul could muddy up the early fractions here. So, Plain Talk is the best horse, but if he ends up getting in a battle with either one of those 2 horses, the barn mate, Sir Wellington, can come get the money. And if you go back to the Honor of the Hero that was taken off the turf back in May, Sir Wellington was charging to get second that day, but you really couldn't close on that track, and he had trouble. So I think the 3 is a legitimate danger to the 5. I think it's one of the Robertsons. It'll all come down to the trip that Plain Talk gets. So I've got it 5-3, but I could easily see it coming in 3-5.
Yeah, I went 5-4-1, but you're right. Any one of these horses could win this race. So that makes that pick 4. Well, you say, well, there's only 4 horses. Yeah, but they all have a shot to win.
Right.
There's times when a 12-horse field is easier to figure out who's going to win than a 4-horse field, and this might be one of them. It is going to come down to that trip. I agree with you. Now, we've got a lot of things going on today in addition to the food trucks. Paul Allen, he's downtown calling a football game, so you're going to get to call all the races. We'll see a lot of Angela Herman in the paddock today. I think Crystal Conning might be joining her for a couple of races. So we're going to mix things up a little bit, make it a lot of fun for you here. And there's Mouse Mickelson. We never know what the Mouse has planned for us here. Went to the Duran Duran show last night.
I don't think it worked out too well for him.
No.
Back-to-back Fridays where he left without Hungry Like the Wolf or any of those great hits that Duran Duran has. And, back in the 80s, Mouse was styling just like Duran Duran. He had those zipper pants. He had the fun hair going, and he wanted to kind of go back in time to when the Mouse kind of ruled the school at Wayzata, and it was postponed because of weather. So that's a bad beat, but there'll be no bad beat tonight for the Mouse. There's going to be a lot of chalk all odds. We're going to find some winners, and it's going to be fun. Now, you mentioned Crystal Conning is going to join us. She's the only handicapper in the paddock this year that's undefeated. She's given out 1 horse. It went off at 9-2. And it won. She's terrific, and I really think it's cool that she gives you some different perspectives on what maybe a jockey's looking for from a horse in terms of the paddock to the gate. There's that 8 to 10 minutes that's so critical where they warm up and they do the little nuances to get the horse ready. Now, keep in mind, it's going to be Angela Herman and Crystal Conning, and Crystal Conning's undefeated. Angela Herman comes off a couple nights ago where in back-to-back races she touted double-digit long shots that were victorious. I have never in all my life, and I've been coming to this racetrack since the mid-'80s, seen a handicapper do that in back-to-back races. We've all had our kick at the can and found a long shot here, found a long shot there. She did it in back-to-back races, and I was up there with her. She bet them both. So she wasn't just doing this. She was also doing that at the machine, and she was cashing. Awesome job the other night, Ange, and will be fun to hear what her and Crystal come up with in the paddock for races 3 and 4.
Absolutely. On to race number 2, 5.5 furlongs, the 2-year-olds. And this is a fun time of year because you get to see these horses that could become future superstars debut. But it also means because there's so limited the information is so limited on paper, you got to look at the connections. I think maybe the ones that have run a time or two, maybe see how those trips went. Did they have any significant trouble? Things like that. Keeping in mind that they can improve. Just because a horse had one bad out doesn't mean it's not going to turn things around today. So I'm curious to see if you picked up any steam or what you look for when you're handicapping 2-year-olds.
Well, to me, it comes down to some of these horses. I'm old enough now, like you, where I've seen most of these horses run. And so in this race, I end up settling in on the 7, but I am super intrigued by the 1. And look at that, the sire on the 1. Bango, one of our all-time favorites. God rest the soul of Georgie Bango. And these horses that come from that prodigy seem to win early and often. So I'm super intrigued by Bangy Go. But I'm going to settle in on the 7 because with the track, and it's called good right now, it might be fast later in the card, but as you know, the track drains from the outside to the inside. I was a little worried about the inside part of the track early. I think it'll dry out nicely. Sun's out. We've got a breeze. But I think the outside post in this type of race is a huge advantage. So I go 7-1-4-3.
I have 6, 3, and 5, so we're completely different.
Wow.
Here. Harry Hernandez has 2 wins on 2-year-olds from 8 starts. He seems to end up on live horses, right? He and his agent, Scott Stevens, do a pretty good job finding horses that can run. What I like about this 6 is that back on July 17th, you had that super fast breeze out of the gate, right? A 47-1, then a couple of maintenance workouts. They know what they've got. Now let's get ready to race. So I think the 6 has a shot. Whether we're going to get 6-1, that's going to be determined later. But I think this is another race, if you're talking about that pick 4, that you could go several different ways. Cody Rosine has a shot here with the 3. I think Top Hat Tigress as well with Jonathan Wong, a new barn here at Canterbury, and Lara aboard also with a chance. So, we have about 6 different horses we think we can win this race, and I don't think you're going to be shaking your head if any of them do. Now, race number 3, we've got a number of scratches here. What we're left with, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the 6 will be running, the 7 will be running, and the 8 will be running, and that's it.
Well, being that I'm filling in for Paul Allen, this is the one silver lining with the scratches. Is I get a little nervous when
I'm thinking. I've never called a race.
There you go.
Maybe I might step in because I shouldn't be able to screw up.
I don't think you can screw up a 3-horse field. Now maybe we're jinxing ourselves here, but I'll have time for a little casual conversation in between the quarter pole and the half-mile pole. But I looked at the race and Shabam likes to come charging late. Beyond Proper looks like a horse that's probably going to come late. And Swanage is going to be out there just dictating terms. Why can't Kelsey and that ponytail just swoosh away? I just think the 7's long gone in the front. So I'm bullish on Swanage tonight in that 3-horse field, opening up like an 8-length lead and then having to hold off 2 horses that, let's be honest, if it was a bigger field, probably would have a great chance to catch Swanage. But in this scenario, I just don't see it happening. So I think Swanage is gone.
No, I agree with you. I think that horse gets the lead and just runs away. So it's a 3-horse race, but it also is a big piece of a lot of the different wagers, including that post-time pick 4. So I got the 7 on top with you. We're going to she's going to find the lead, and it's just a matter of whether or not she hangs on or not. And that race, of course, is moved from the turf onto the main track. It'll be 1 mile. Race 4 also moved off the turf. That was a 5-furlong turf race. Now it's a 5-furlong dirt race. We're going to scratch the 2 College Party and the 7 Remember the Main. This race now I think becomes very interesting, and I have another horse that with the scratch at College Party that I think might be Lone Speed, and that's the 5 Ricky B. 8-1 morning line. That price will come down, but again, I'm hoping that Speed can carry here on this track that will be drying out.
I'm with you. I looked at the race and I started looking at the scratches and trying to figure out how the pace scenario looked, and I see the Jazzy Times has some speed in the running lines, but Fireman Oscar comes from nowhere. Deflator comes from off, and if Jazzy Times doesn't go with Ricky B, it's the same scenario we just saw with Swanage. Ricky B gets loose. So I think the 5's in a great spot for victory. I go 5, 3, and 1, and again, I think pace makes the race here. I don't necessarily believe that the 5 is the best if we had a full field with more of an honest pace, but without the pace of the race, I just think Carlo Lopez can get out there and settle things down nicely, and at 5 furlongs, I don't know how the horse gets caught.
No, I'm with you. I think this horse has a very good shot to wire the field. Ship It Red, the 1 horse, is very good, too. And that trip out to Colonial didn't fare that well, but had a little bit of a troubled trip there. I think Ship It Red is pretty good, too. But if we can get Lone Speed on this track, which I think will favor Speed, we might have something cooking. On to race number 5. We're going to scratch the 5 latest attraction. These are more 2-year-olds. So, again, we've got to do some thinking here. Maybe look at the riders, see what might shake out. The 6 Fascia Bella had some trouble last time out and had to jump over another horse, lost the rider. I thought the horse didn't have the greatest of breaks. Lindy Wade stays aboard. Kerry Raven, a very good trainer, very good conditioner of young horses. I'm going to put that horse on top again.
Yeah, I see the angle that you've got there with the 6. Kerry Raven is a trainer trainer we trust, and that horse makes all kinds of sense. I looked at a couple of other youngsters in here. The 4 intrigues me for Mac. They paid $72,000 for Manhattan Cherry. I kind of fall into the 7 here. I've got Kelsey Har winning another one, so maybe Mouse on his way back up to the press box maybe should stop at the cash machine and get that voucher loaded up, because I think we're going to see Kelsey in the winner's circle multiple times tonight. I've got Unrivaled Queen loose late in the stretch. I think this horse can stalk and score. Faced the boys in her debut. Now she's back in with the girls. Race experience, a nice breeze since. And, oh, yeah, we get Valerie Lund, whose barn is going well. I go 7-4-1-8. This is another race, though, Jeff, that I think you're going to have to spread a little bit with those horizontal wagers.
I knew you had to have the one in there, Free Britney. I mean, it's a well-known fact that you're a Britney Spears fan.
I was. Now I've turned.
Really?
In later years. Yeah, there were some things here in the last 5 years that sent me in a different direction. But back in the day, I guilty as charged. I had 3 daughters. We were jamming to Britney, driving to Valley Fair. We were at the grocery store. I had that ear candy that I know you loved, those CDs I used to make. And let's not go down that rabbit hole right now.
Horse has got some sharp workouts, though, the one Free Britney. So if Arroyo can work a trip from the Royal, he's going to have to get out. If he does, that's another one. And Mattress Mac owns it, so it's probably going to take a little bit of money.
Oh, good point.
That seems to be the pattern here.
Good point.
But, that horse, again, you're right. This we could go deep. We could go several different ways. And Hernandez, the rider that I took in the first 2-year-old race on the card, also rides for Silva here on the 3. So that's another one I'm going to have to look at. There's a pick 4 in this race. It starts in race number 5. I might have to go fairly deep to get that thing going. But that, again, if you can land a price somewhere and maybe get skinnier later in the card, that's how you make some money. Now, the pick 5 that we like to talk about with that 10% takeout, that begins in race number 6. 1 mile now on the main track. Again, we are off the turf course here. You're going to scratch the 4. You're also going to scratch the 9. One thing about this race I should mention, though, before we get into handicapping, we're going to dedicate this race to Keith Rieken, the trainer Keith Rieken, who passed away late in July. He was a guy that trained racehorses, and not, you might recognize his name in the program. He's been here for a number of years. He trained racehorses, Kevin, for 50 years.
Unbelievable.
It is. He was just the kind of guy that went about his business. But when I had the chance to talk with him, and in fact, he along with Bruce C. Rieken, his son, and Bruce's ex-wife Medea, when I went to Fonner when this place was closed, the Rieken family were really the first people I met down there when I went to Nebraska. So I've known Keith for a long time. But he was the kind of guy that went about his business. He knew what he wanted to do with his racehorses, but never a cross word. He always had something good to say to you when you saw him in the mornings at the racetrack or up here when he'd grab a beer and make a few bets. He liked to come up to the front side as well and enjoy. So anyone that knew Keith or wants to get in the winner's circle after race number 6, certainly do that. I know the family would be honored if you did. So that's going to be race number 6, and I think it's a heck of a race as well.
It is. It's great to honor him, and I know Bruce far better than I knew Keith, and Bruce Rieken and his family, some of the nicest people at the racetrack you ever want to meet. Charitable, good people, just first class. So our hearts are with them, and certainly we're going to honor Keith tonight for race 6. I am proud to call that race and to welcome everybody to the winner's circle. I'll do a couple of quick reminders as the horses are getting to the gate, and God rest the soul of just a wonderful human being, and hopefully it ends up being a fun race too.
All right, so I took speed again here, or at least what I think will be the speed. The 2 don't box me in. Joel Berndt, the trainer, Rye Eccleberry, one of the better riders in the room, was winning a lot of races here after joining the meet halfway through. Yes, I think this horse was better suited for the dirt than it would have been for the turf, and I'm going to take a shot here. 4-1 seems about like what we should get, and what I think is a pretty deep race here. But I go 2, 3, and 10 in this particular race.
Yeah, Sam Yaza is a horse right next door that's got some speed, so that has to be considered. And I just think the 2 is quicker, draws the rail, and I think Rye can get loose. And if that's the case, I think the 2 is going to be a problem. I don't know what to do with the 10. I think the 8 is certainly logical, although I don't like the fact that this is the 3rd start in the last 22 days for Bob's All In. Angela Herman loves this horse, and I get it. 6-1 is a great price. I just did not know what to do with the 10. The 10 was entered as a main track only horse. I love that we do that here at Canterbury. Claimed for $25,000 way back in May in Arkansas, and they've sat on this horse, and now you can buy it for $12,000. I think you have to use it and play defense here, Jeff, but not a horse I can make a win bet on. So I'm going to be very upfront and transparent. I go 2, 8, 10, 11, and I would be more comfortable betting
10 when you're handicapping, right? Like, what do you do? So it's owned by Maggie Moss. Chris Fichard's the trainer. They claim it at Oaklawn. Maybe it's not what they thought it was going to be, but they take their time with it. They didn't just put it right back in and drop it. Trained this horse, decided this is where it belongs. There's not a lot of $25,000 claiming races here, right? You got to find a place to run. They wanted to get the horse on the dirt. It rains enough where we come off the turf, and they do. The horse is 5 for 14 on a dirt track, 4 for 11 at the mile distance, which I like. I like horses that are fit for that mile. So you're right. The 10's got to be in the mix. Does it have to win? No, and that's why I think if you're win betting, if you're going to win bet, you want to demand a bit of a price. But I have to have that horse on my ticket too.
Yeah, tough race to handicap. Looking forward to celebrating Keith Rieken in race 6. And like Jeff said, make sure to stop by the winner's circle after for that celebration.
We're going to scratch numbers 6 and 7 out of the 7th race, 6.5 furlongs with a nice $31,000 allowance purse. One of your favorite horses here, Kierkegaard. Have you been on the right side of this horse?
Yeah, all year long. I've really enjoyed Kierke, and he's just he's done his thing, and I love the spot that he's in. I'll cheer for Magic Castle, owned by, in part, a friend of ours, Teddy G. But I think Kierkegaard is just sitting up for a beautiful spot, just off the pace. He's sharp right now. He gets Huckleberry. I go 2, 3, and 4.
I go 2, 1, and 3, and I think Twisted Dixie on the cutback here from a mile to 6.5 might have a shot. That's where I'm going to get a big run out of a Kelsey Haar horse, I think, after Swanage goes wire to wire. But again, this just speaks to how deep these races are. Kierkegaard probably is less than 2 to 1, right? I think the horse will take money. He's got the big speed figures, is extremely sharp right now with very good connections, Carol Broberg and Ryan Huckleberry. So that's the horse to beat. There's some other possibilities in here when you're putting together that pick 5 and pick 4. But if you're singling in this race, I can't blame you. Kierkegaard might be one of the better potential singles in that sequence. On to race number 8, we're scratching 6 and 7 from this race. 6 furlongs. These are claimers, 4,000. This is bottom level claimers, but again, a tough race. I'm cheering for Summer Lovin', trained by Bruce Rieken. I'd like to see the Rieken gang get back in the winner's circle again. Horse has a shot. Summer Lovin' every now and then seems to run a big race.
And we get to hear Olivia Newton-John, so I'm on board. My first real crush as a kid was Olivia Newton-John. And, yeah, I'm going with Summer Lovin'. Who doesn't love the movie Grease? Who doesn't love Bruce Rieken? And I'm betting this horse. This is my power play horse of the night. 12 to 1 morning line. I don't think we're going to get that. I think it's going to be closer to 6 or 7 to 1. But I see the 1 horse has speed, the 4 horse has speed, the 8 has speed, the 9 has speed, and I think the outside 2, the 11 and 12 have speed. And this is a closer that will be charging late, and I think the pace sets it up. I go 3-12, 9 and 2. Try to get that 9 onto your superfecta. I think Cha is also super sneaky at double-digit odds, but I go 3-12, 9-2.
You know, I have the 8 on top, actually. Pretty sweet. Mac Robertson's the trainer. Lindy Wade rides. Hasn't run since November of last year. So there's that question. But when the horse can get a lead, and I agree, there's some speed in here, but if this horse turns out to be the speed of the speed, I think pretty sweet. When you look back in the past performances and the wins this horse has had, they've come on the engine. So I think Lindy sees that. He knows he's got to go to the front. He's going to send. I trust Mac Robertson. I think this horse will be a factor. Will it stick around? I don't know. I'm going to demand a price, but I agree. If there's a pace battle, Summer Lovin', this might be the day for that horse. And I think you will get a nice price. You're right, 12 to 1, probably not in the making. No. But it's going to pay more than $10 when it does win, and that's a nice payoff right out here at the park. Race number 9, a mile, maiden claimer, scratch the 5, Wildcat Hagrid. Yeah, I tried to beat the 1 guess check, okay, and I hope maybe you did.
I did.
The horse looks like it should win, but it's looked like it should win the last 2 times and hasn't. I ended up putting it on top. I should have gone with the maiden special dropper, the 6 Tiger Hunter. Benny Woolley, the trainer, Lindy Wade aboard. The only horse dropping from maiden special in for a tag. I love that angle, so the 6 is in the mix, but the 1's the horse to beat here.
1's the horse to beat, but I'm taking the horse to catch. And I've got Mac Robertson and Ryan Huckleberry here loose on the front. So I think the 2 is going to open up a big lead. I don't know if the 2 wants to go this far, but I do know turning for home, those Purple Silks of Rake Farms going to be loose on the lead. 2, 1, and 6 for me.
I was looking over at Rhodesy there to see if we could get any kind of a signal that we might be on the right horse with that one, but nothing. He's enjoying a Bo Diddley sandwich right now.
He's enjoying life.
Oh, absolutely he is. There's no one happier than Rhodesy. I'm telling you that. The guy's always got something fun to say. If you have a chance to talk with him, and it's going to take a while because he is long-winded, but he's got a lot to say. I'll tell you that. If you got 5 or 10 minutes, sit down with Rhodesy. He'll fill you in on what's going on. We're going to close it out with race number 10, 1 mile. These are claimers. I have the 4 Celtics Wildcat, 12-1, right on top. Larry Donlin, another guy who's been in the game for half a century. Lone Speed on my book.
Yeah, I think he's loose. I really agree with you. I think he's a contender here. I think he's loose. But, man, in the end, I think Double H, Harry Hernandez, is going to find a way to get Minnesota Nice back into the winner's circle. This horse just looks like a horse sitting on a win. We're going turf to dirt. We've got a decent touch of stalking and closing kick. So I go 3, 1, and 4. I agree the 4 is loose. And the 4, if that horse actually goes off at 12-1, might be a win bet candidate. But for my tickets, I'm going to have both the 1 and the 3, and maybe I'll add the 4 later. I do respect the Lone Speed.
What do you do with the 7 Sense of Flurry? Now, impressive 2 races back. Then last time out, they were just crawling out there. The track must have been deep. I don't know what it was. That was a very slow race. Now it's going to face winners for the second time. Takes a little bit of a class drop, and it's Joel Burnt. I mean, Joel Burnt's winning at an incredibly high percentage, right? And
Eckleberry sticks around, right? I mean, that's the most intriguing thing to me, Jeff, is Eckleberry sticks around to ride race 10 on a fairly nondescript horse. So that's the tell for me. That horse absolutely is a contender, and I wonder the trip, right? I mean, this horse is going to have to circumnavigate. The 4 is going to be on the rail or near it with the lead. It looks like the 5 probably in a good stalking position with the 2 and 3 kind of bunching up behind. If that horse is going to win, Rye's going to probably have to go 3-4 wide to do it. I want to see how the track is playing. Sometimes after we have a substantial amount of rain, which we've had in the last 48 hours, and that track is still drying out, the crown of the track in path 4 or 5 is the place to be. If that's the case, then you might be onto something with that horse.
That's why you're going to want to tune in between races when Angela's out here or Kevin's up in the studio talking through things. They're going to be able to tell you what they see out on the track, because you're right. After weather changes like it has over the last couple of days, the track can also change during the maintenance process. So maybe speed's holding, maybe speed is absolutely stopping, and then you're going to want to change your tactics. I know I will, because I've got almost all speed horses tonight. If
you and me both.
Yeah. So if we're wrong, we're going to be very wrong, but we need to be able to pivot as well, right?
Yeah, you have to be flexible and have an opinion. Watch how the track is playing. Horses are out right now in the paddock for race number 1. And again, it's a small field, but I still don't see a horse in here that I couldn't bet at these odds. Even with the 4-horse field, the horse that we like is still 8-5. I thought that'd be the price if it was a full field when we were on the turf. So I'm encouraged by the price on the outside horse. I might have to sneak up there and put a couple bucks on this horse and key it in the pick 4.
Right, this is a good way to start that post-time pick 4. Now, I know we're going to close up the show here. You're going to head up to the studio. You're going to give out a ticket. You said it's very inexpensive, so the repeat button might be in play, right? Just keep printing till you're out of paper.
$6 ticket on my pick 4 tonight. I think it's got a legitimate chance to pay a couple hundred if we get a couple of breaks along the way. And yes, our 5-horse in the first race will be front and center on that ticket.
Thanks for joining us today at the races. Have a great time. Visit the food trucks. Get out here in the paddock. Watch the races from down on the apron. Just have a heck of a time.
Well done. All right, Canterbury faithful, time to take a look at the Pick 4 ticket Jeff and I discussed downstairs in our Today at the Races program. Just a $6 ticket. With the smaller fields, we're going to shrink the ticket. You can do it multiple times. Here in the first, I'm going to take my top 2 picks. The 5, Plain Talk, is who I like on top. I fear the 3, Late, if Plain Talk gets stuck in a pace battle. So the closer and the speedball here in the first. In the second, I'm going to be taking an aggressive stand, and I'm going to single the 7. There are some nice first-time starters in here, but I like the race experience. I like the outside post. I'm going to take Countess of Cairo all alone. Now, in the third, I'm going to hit the all button because I think in a 3-horse field, the pace could be a very scrambled situation. I'll take 6, 7, and 8, and I'll just move along. And if we're alive, it's going to come down to the final leg of the Pick 4. And we're going to have a couple of options, the 3 and the 5. The lone speed of Ricky B and the back class of a horse called Jazzy Times. I'm trying to get there, trying to get a price along the way. It's just a $6 ticket, so we're not going to invest a lot of money. We'll have a Pick 5 ticket for you later in the card. And welcome to Canterbury. The post-time Pick 4 has a 10% takeout. It's the lowest in the industry. You can't win it if you don't get in it. So, my goodness, get to the windows, get your Pick 4 ticket together at the gate, ready to race on a Saturday night in 4 minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate now. Just a minute to race number 1. Welcome back to Canterbury Park for a beautiful Saturday night of racing. It's all brought to you by Michelob Golden Light and Cutwater. Tonight we've got the Food Truck Festival all over this racetrack by the paddock out here in the grandstand apron. sample some of the awesome items on Food Truck Festival night. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for this 10-race program. Plain Talk, 4-5 and favored. Mac Robertson has 2 of the 4 horses here running in race 1. Welcome to Canterbury. Enjoy your night. There in the gate. And they're off. Saturday began splendidly, especially for the favorite Plain Talk, who was hustled out of the gate by Roman and kicks away to lead by a length and a half. Minister of Soul is up the inside. In between horses is Chessmaster. And the other Mac Robertson horse is at the back of the pack. That's Sir Wellington. Just 4.5 lengths from front to back as they speed along that far turn. And Plain Talk still has the lead and has opened it up to just about 2 lengths. Chessmaster is trying to carve into that lead. Minister of Soul is kind of spinning the wheels, and Sir Wellington is looking for a stretch run. They went 21-4 to the opening quarter mile, and they spin around the turn to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And the big gray Plain Talk takes the lead away and opens up 3. Plain Talk from Minister of Soul. In between is Chessmaster. Outside is Sir Wellington. Into the final furlong they roll, and Plain Talk trying to hold off Minister of Soul, who's charging late. Plain Talk from Minister of Soul. The wire's coming, and Plain Talk got there. Flag fall to that's all. $57.91 up on the board. 57.91 on a good main track. The Honor the Hero champion from back in May validates that win with another good-looking score here to start the card. 5-1-4-3 was that finishing order. Race 1, official and cashable. Plain Talk pays $4.20 for your $2 win ticket. The old Dit Buckus 5-1 exacta for $1, $5.50. On deck, we've got race number 2. And we do have a bevy of changes throughout the night, but race 2 is unscathed. No changes in race 2. Main track still listed as good. We'll see if that changes with the sunshine and breeze flowing through Shakopee. Off the turf again tonight, and if you're arriving late, a bevy of changes to get. And we'll take them race by race, but you can find those at the info center, main level near the paddock. Getting set to enter the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure is the victorious Plain Talk here in race 1. Plain Talk is a 5-year-old gray or roan horse by conveyance out of Kitty's Pearl, foaled in Kentucky. The winning owner, Novogratz Racing Stables, and the winning trainer, Canterbury Hall of Famer, Mr. Mac Robertson. The winning jockey tonight, Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the winning connections of Plain Talk. Race 2, good main track in 24 minutes. And they're off. Saturday began splendidly, especially for the favorite Plain Talk, who was hustled out of the gate by Roman and kicks away to lead by a length and a half. Minister of Soul is up the inside. In between horses is Chessmaster. And the other Mac Robertson horse is at the back of the pack. That's Sir Wellington. Just 4.5 lengths from front to back as they speed along that far turn. And Plain Talk still has the lead and has opened it up to just about 2 lengths. Chessmaster is trying to carve into that lead. Minister of Soul is kind of spinning the wheels, and Sir Wellington is looking for a stretch run. They went 21-4 to the opening quarter mile, and they spin around the turn to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and the big gray Plain Talk takes the lead away and opens up 3. Plain Talk from Minister of Soul. In between is Chessmaster. Outside is Sir Wellington. Into the final furlong they roll, and Plain Talk trying to hold off Minister of Soul, who's charging late. Plain Talk from Minister of Soul. The wire's coming, and Plain Talk got there. Flag fall to that's all.
Plain talk is so tough when he goes 5 furlongs, just hanging on over in race number 1. Now we move on to race number 2. We have 2-year-olds. There's a couple of groups. This one got split between races 2 and 5 today. Kind of different groups. I thought that there were a couple of standouts that had experience versus a lot of first-time starters. But a first-time starter I was interested in the second of these 2 heats. We'll start with one of those many firsters on the inside. Arizona-bred Bangy Go debuts with blinkers out here. She's very, very energetic for her debut. This daughter of Obango is an Arizona bred. Like I said, maybe this will be a good experience on her way back home. There is some money waiting for her down there in state bred races too if she doesn't get the job done today. Obango is 2 for 15 with 2-year-old first-time starters. She only has one sibling, that being Bangy Go. Couldn't really run, so Bangy Go gives mixed signals as far as a pedigree goes. Didn't love the rail draw, so I was going to give her this one. Midnight Candy Storm is by Midnight Storm. She was a $32,000 purchase down at Keeneland. Obviously, they saw something they liked in the sale ring with her, and she debuts with a hood. Midnight Candy Storm is by Midnight Storm, who's 2 for 43 with 2-year-old first-time starters. The mare brings a little bit more to the table as far as precocity. Right now, she is 8-1, not taking a ton of money in here. A little tick down from her morning line. She does have a 5/8 work leading into this. Some of these don't, including the 3 Right of Refusal. This one has a steady set of half miles leading up to this, and he's taken all the early money for Cody Rosine. Right of Refusal is currently 3-2, and Luis Fuentes will hop aboard her. This is a 17% 2-year-old first-time starter sire in Astern. Grace Happens hasn't dropped a 2-year-old winner yet. One ran third in her debut, but I thought that Right of Refusal, drawn towards the inside, was not as appealing to me as some of the horses that had experience. I did take those 1-2, but Right of Refusal, if the board is any indication, is certainly a runner and merits adding into some of your tickets. 11-1 is the price on Russian to the Wire. This is one of the fillies that does have some experience. She started once. She was behind Countess of Cairo in that start, but she did make kind of a good close. She got into a tight spot and was put up to third via DQ, but Russian to the Wire would need to take a little step forward and start to, and has every right to, at a very good price of 11-1. Top Hat Tigress is 14-1 right now, not taking a whole bunch of money for Jonathan Wong. She's a Calbred. She's by Smiling Tiger, and he's got strings in Northern and Southern California. Somehow she ends up here. Just not sure what to make of that. Top Hat Tigress could run for a lot more money out in California too, so some mixed signals for her. I'm going to pass for this one, but we'll see what she has to bring to the table for a barn that's very good with their first-time starters. Bet Your Assets, just to the outside, doesn't have as much work as just about anybody in here. Right now she is 6-1. She debuts with blinkers as well, and Bet Your Assets gets Harry Hernandez, who had an excellent week last week and has had a very good meet with the Silva barn. Countess of Cairo on the outside has already started twice. Looks good down here in the paddock, nice and energetic. Drew the outside, has speed, a lot to point to this filly, and she is your current 3-2 favorite. We have 8 minutes to post for race number 2. This field of 2-year-old girls head out to the track with Win Place Show, Exactas Tries, Supers, Doubles, and Pick 3s to bet on if you so choose. 7-4-1 for me. We'll get a look in a moment at the grid of selections, and I've got a marketing minute coming up in the post parade.
Sir Leonard Dykert puts them on the track here for race number 2. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a rolling pick 3. They'll be rolling to the gate and ready to race in 6 minutes.
Make sure to come out to Canterbury Park for Prince Night, featuring a fantastic musical experience by St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars. Their Prince show is coming right here to Canterbury for an evening of remembering the Minnesota music icon under the theme Purple Rains. You don't want to miss this part of the concert series. Go to CanterburyPark.com to secure your tickets now. Nothing compares to St. Paul and Minneapolis Funk All-Stars Prince Tribute Show. You'll experience it right here on September 2nd. We have more going in the concert series. If you weren't able to join us last night for Cloud Cult, you still got time to see Martina McBride, Trombone Shorty, and, as we mentioned before, St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars. Tonight is our second food truck festival of the live season. Make sure you get out to see all the trucks that we have on the apron and in the paddock while you enjoy the races tonight. We have 4 minutes to post for race number 2.
The horses now are approaching the starting gate for race number 2. Apple Autos is the proud official vehicle sponsor here at Canterbury Park. Their best price dealerships uphold a people-first culture, empowering them to provide extraordinary customer service. Visit them at one of their 9 brand and 5 local dealerships here in the South Metro. It includes Apple Ford Shakopee, Apple Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Shakopee, Apple Used Autos, Apple Ford, Lincoln, Apple Valley, and Apple Chevrolet Buick in Northfield. Thank you again to Apple Autos for their sponsorship. Here in race number 2, we've got baby girls, the 2-year-olds, taking center stage. Just 2 of these 7 have race experience, including the favorite Countess of Cairo, 5 debuting. Some good-looking horses as they get close to the gate. You've got inside a minute now. Get those bets in. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 2. Baby girls here going 5 1/2 furlongs. 6-5 on Countess of Cairo. Second choice in the betting is the 6, Bet Your Assets, with our top jockey, Harry Hernandez. These youngsters loading very efficiently here. Just 2 more left to load, the outside 2 markers, and we're ready for a race. Countess of Cairo and the Q moving in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Couple of slow starts. Bet Your Assets and Midnight Candy Storm, both out a little slow. From in between horses, it's going to be Top City Tigress. Outside is Countess of Cairo. Here's the big gray Bangy Go on the inside. Then it's a big 3-length gap to right of Refusal. Up the inside comes Midnight Candy Storm. Then it's Bet Your Assets, who's made up some ground after that slow start. And at the back of the pack is Top Hat Tigress, the favorite. Countess of Cairo opening up a lead now and doing it easily here by a length and a piece. Rushing to the wire, trying to keep up with that one. Bangy Go is on the inside. Right of Refusal starting to catch the eye from 5 lengths behind as they bank around the turn and head to the top of the stretch. And here comes Rushing to the wire, doing just that on the inside. Rushing to the wire, making the favorite work. Countess of Cairo at the final furlong marker. On the outside, here comes Right of Refusal. Inside, Rushing to the wire, and Top Hat Tigress. Right of Refusal. Well-timed ride. And Luis Fuentes and Right of Refusal cruise to a win and do so at 6-1. .106.82 on the board. 3, 5, 4, and a photo for fourth. Fourth goes to the 7, Countess of Cairo. 3-5, 4-7. Hold them all. Six to 1 over 19 to 1 over 5 to 1 for the trifecta. Stand by for some large payoffs here in race 2. Into the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure goes the soon-to-be official winner of race number 2. It's number 3. It's Right of Refusal. Right of Refusal is a 2-year-old dark bay or brown filly by a stern out of Grace Happens. Foaled in Kentucky. The winning owners are Cliff Racing, LLC. The winning trainer, Cody Rosine. And the winning jockey, Luis Fuentes. Congratulations to the connections of Right of Refusal, the long shot winner here in race 2. On deck, the third race off the turf. Scratch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, and 10. With that 3-horse field, no place, no show, no try, or no super. Race 3 at the gate in 23 minutes. And they're off. A couple of slow starts. Bet Your Assets and Midnight Candy Storm, both out a little slow. From in between horses, it's going to be Top City Tigress. Outside is Countess of Cairo. Here's the big gray Bangy Go on the inside. Then it's a big 3-length gap to Right of Refusal. Up the inside comes Midnight Candy Storm. Then it's Bet Your Assets, who's made up some ground after that slow start. And at the back of the pack is Top Hat Tigress, the favorite. Countess of Cairo opening up a lead now and doing it easily here by a length and a piece. Rushing to the wire, trying to keep up with that one. Bangy Go is on the inside. Right of Refusal starting to catch the eye from 5 lengths behind as they bank around the turn and head to the top of the stretch. And here comes Rushing to the wire, doing just that on the inside. Rushing to the wire, making the favorite work. Countess of Cairo at the final furlong marker. On the outside, here comes Right of Refusal. Inside, Rushing to the wire, and Top Hat Tigress. Right of Refusal. Well-timed ride. And Luis Fuentes and Right of Refusal cruise to a win and do so at 6 to 1.
The three of them are out in the paddock for race number 3 with 12 minutes to post. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Crystal Conning to take us through this 3-horse race. Now, before we begin, for anybody who's not familiar with your roots and how you made your way to Canterbury Park, where did it start?
Well, I started riding show horses in Australia and eventually figured out that I could get paid to ride horses at the racetrack. So I ended up galloping to pay for my show horses and figured that was pretty cool, and I was small enough to be a jockey, so I went on with that and tried that, and then eventually ended up over here riding. I was lucky enough to be sponsored by a trainer in Kentucky called Rusty Arnold. So I got over here and galloped for him for a little while and then started race riding over here and made the move to Canterbury when I finished my bug, and opportunities got a little scarce in Kentucky, so I came up here last summer, and I've loved it ever since.
Okay, well, that's your introduction to Crystal Conning. Now we're going to get to her handicapping skill. You've already given out a 9-2 winner on the air. Not going to be a possibility in this group of 3, but with so many scratches and it becoming a bit more of a rider's race, what do you look for when you try to pick a winner out of just a trio of horses?
It gets really difficult tactically, a 3-horse race. The speed is not going to be genuine like it would be in a 12 or 10-horse field. Sometimes it's going to be, they're going to go slow quite often because no one's going to want to go out there and let them rip on the front. So I had the 7-horse picked here before they came off the turf, but I think Kelsey's going to get an easy lead here, and if she can just kind of rate and walk the dog, so to speak, and get some really easy sectionals, she might be able to run away with it still.
And now we have all of our races off the turf today. When you ride this dirt course, if it has a little bit of moisture in it, what would you say is what you would look for as far as a trip? Like, what's your ideal trip around this dirt when it is good, sloppy, muddy, anything like that?
It can be a little tiring. So like I said earlier, like no one's going to want to go super fast, and you can close on it like we've seen in the first 2 races. So they're going to have the tempo really slow here, I think, and it could be anyone's race turning for home. These 3 horses are all very capable, and it could just come down to who's fit, I think, honestly.
Okay, so after all is said and done, who do you think comes home in front in the 3rd?
Like I said, before they came off the turf, I had Sawnage and Kelsey Haar and Robert Klein. But it's hard to look past the 8 now. He's proven on the dirt. He's won on the dirt. And Rye, obviously, and Mac, they've got an excellent strike rate together. So I put them on top with the 7 and then the 6.
Okay, well, I'm right along with her. We both have Shabam on top. She tries to keep her record perfect in the paddock. Thank you for joining me. Crystal Conning is going to be back down with me in the paddock for race number 4. Remember, your betting options extremely limited, with 3 of them heading to the track with 9 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses are on the track here for our third race with all the scratches. We have no place, no show, no trifecta, and no superfecta. No place, no show, no try, no super. 3-horse field, race 3 at the gate in 6 minutes. All right, folks, Kevin Gorg with you from the press box. Time for our power play of the day. It's going to happen later in the card. I've got a price horse tonight, 12-1 morning line. It's race number 8. It's number 3, Summer Lovin'. And a couple of things stand out with this horse. Let's take a look at some of the past performances. Third time off the layoff. You see the layoff line, third time back. Ran against Honey Parade, who's a multiple winner here at the meet. And then there's a win back here where the pace was fast, and this closer was able to get there. Last time, pace was moderate, wasn't able to get there. That was only 5.5. Now we're going to go 6 furlongs. And the scenario works for me. And you can tell this horse with a little moisture in the track, 4 for 6 in the top 3, and there's moisture in the track. So let's take a look at Summer Lovin'. Hot pace up front, established. A closer kind of at the mercy of the pace. And I like what I see in the replay here because I think the scenario tonight plays out very similarly to what this is. I see multiple horses tonight that want to shoot out to the lead. I see a crowded field, and I see a pace that's going to set it up for Summer Lovin'. And I think this horse can lay back early with Constantino Roman and then make a big push when they turn for home. Closers love to pick up the pieces when the front end falls apart. That's what happened on this particular race last summer, and I think third time off the layoff tonight, this horse gets a similar setup tonight. And let's be honest, we were all devastated by the loss of the great Olivia Newton-John. And tonight we get to celebrate her by singing Summer Lovin' when that horse ends up in the winner's circle at like 10 or 11-1. It's going to be spectacular. Even John Travolta should bet this horse. I think you should too. Now let's go to the winner's circle. We've got T-shirts coming your way, so make some noise. And the horses are approaching the starting gate now, inside a minute, here to race number 3. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the 3rd. It's the Dan Myers Birthday Classic off the turf here. 1 mile on the main track, a 3-pack. You don't see that every day in horse racing, so we'll make the best of it and enjoy these 3 horses. The 8th favorite, the only Minnesota bred in the field, that is Shabam. Moving in nicely there in the gate. And the 3 are off in good order. And as expected, it's Swanage who's the first to show speed as they run by the judges. And Kelsey Haar and Swanage are going to try to slow things down on the front end. So they bank into the first turn, and Swanage leads it by a measured length. The favorite, Shabam, in a good spot, stalking in second. And Beyond Proper, content to trail, but just from 2 lengths behind this field. Up the barn side they go, and Swanage speeds away with Kelsey Haar leading it now by 1.5 lengths. Shabam and Rye Eckleberry poised to pounce there in second, and Beyond Proper and Lindy Wade make it a 3-pack separated by 3. A moderate opening quarter mile that goes in 24-1, and Swanage still leads the way. The lead is just a length, and Beyond Proper's trying to carve into that lead and try to use the inside part of the track to take advantage. And there goes Beyond Proper. The complexion quickly changes as Beyond Proper now leads by a length. Swanage trying to repel that bid, but has nothing much to offer so far. And Shabam still with some work to do. 48 2 to the half mile, and Beyond Proper with that aggressive move by Lindy Wade open up a 4-length lead. Beyond Proper now trying to get away. Swanage is doing the moonwalk, and Shabam is out after that one. At the top of the Canterbury stretch they go, and Beyond Proper still leads, and leads by 3. Shabam out after that one, but Beyond Proper made that early move, and Lindy Wade's going to make it work. Beyond Proper drifting out, but doing so with the lead. Shabam working hard, but it's all about Beyond Proper. $139.48. The race finished 6, 8, and 7. Race number 3 is official and cashable. $6.60 for your win ticket on Beyond Proper. That pick 3, the early pick 3, returned $19.30. The $1 Yarmor Yager 6-8 exacta $5.20. The Jim Cott 3-6 double, $15.10 for a buck. On deck will be race number 4. As another race that is off the turf in the 4th. Going to be run at 5 furlongs on the main track. Take out the 2 and 7 in the 4th. Scratch the 2 and 7. No super in the 4th. In the winner's circle comes the winner here of our 3rd race. It's number 6. It's Beyond Proper. Beyond Proper is a 4-year-old bay filly by Munnings out of Summerlin. Foaled in Illinois by Team Block, who also owns Beyond Proper, so that's a double for Team Block. The winning trainer, Mr. Gary Shear. And the winning pilot, salt of the earth, Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the connections of Beyond Proper, victorious here in the 3rd. Race 4 with those scratches, no super, and at the gate in 23 minutes. And the 3 are off in good order. And as expected, it's Swanage who's the first to show speed as they run by the judges. And Kelsey Haar and Swanage are going to try to slow things down on the front end. As they bank into the first turn, and Swanage leads it by a measured length. The favorite, Shabam, in a good spot, stalking in second. And Beyond Proper, content to trail, but just from 2 lengths behind this field. Up the barn side they go, and Swanage speeds away with Kelsey Haar leading it now by a length and a half. Shabam and Rye Eccleberry poised to pounce there in second, and Beyond Proper and Lindy Wade make it a 3-pack separated by 3. A moderate opening quarter mile that goes in 24-1, and Swanage still leads the way. The lead is just a length, and Beyond Proper's trying to carve into that lead and try to use the inside part of the track to take advantage. And there goes Beyond Proper. The complexion quickly changes as Beyond Proper now leads by a length. Swanage trying to repel that bid, but has nothing much to offer so far. And Shabam still with some work to do. 48 and 2 to the half mile, and Beyond Proper with that aggressive move by Lindy Wade open up a 4-length lead. Beyond Proper now trying to get away. Swanage is doing the moonwalk, and Shabam is out after that one. At the top of the Canterbury stretch they go, and Beyond Proper still leads, and leads by 3. Shabam out after that one, but Beyond Proper made that early move, and Lindy Wade's going to make it work. Beyond Proper drifting out, but doing so with the lead. Shabam working hard, but it's all about Beyond Proper.
We're back in the paddock, and as you can see, I've got Crystal Conning with me again. We decided to come get some fresh air down here now that we have a full field of 5. We do scratch the 2 College Party in here and the 7 Remember the Main. This one is off the turf. 5 furlongs is still the distance of it. And Crystal, when you have a few more to it and it's a 5 furlong race on the main track, where did it lead you as far as handicapping goes?
I thought that this race really opened up when they came off the turf. There's a few really good turf horses in here, and there's a couple in here that are pretty good on the dirt as well. But the turf horses also have, in their time, proven themselves on the dirt as well. So it's going to be a really interesting race. Obviously, going 5/8, they're going to go a bit fast, like they always do. But I thought this one was kind of tricky to handicap, actually. So I think this could be anybody's race.
And for the first few furlongs of the race, there's mostly, I thought, closers or pace pressers in here. Do you think that Ricky B gets a clear lead and can get comfortable, or do you think Jazzy Times can apply enough pressure to him to maybe set it up for one of the few closers that's with them?
Yeah, that's exactly how I thought it was going to play out. Carlo Lopez is an excellent speed rider, so I can see him putting himself out in front. That's how this horse won last time. Chad Lindsay's also excellent out of the gate and excellent on a forward horse, and Jazzy Times likes to be right there as well. So I can see those two making the running and potentially setting it up, but those two are both also capable of keeping on running too.
Okay, well, I saw Fireman Oscar maybe benefiting from a wet track, as there's not a whole bunch of wet track experience in here outside of him and Ricky B. Did that factor into what you thought? I mean, it's drying out, it seems like, pretty quickly out there. I didn't know that it was going to be so breezy and maybe sunny to dry the track out, but does that give an advantage to either of those, or do you think these are classy enough vets where they can pretty much handle whatever's thrown at them as far as surface?
My only concern with Fireman Oscar is he's coming off quite a long layoff, and it's been quite a while since he's found the winner's stall. I was happy to just watch him go around today and maybe watch him for next time out. But having said that, like you said, he has won in the wet 3 times, and this track is a little wet today compared to normal. So he might just relish that.
Well, speaking of a wet track, on Thursday we had a very sloppy surface, and before the horses come out here and you give us your assessment of how they're warming up in the paddock, I have to ask you about Sir Sterling. Well, the big upset was Sir Sterling.
Yes.
Did it very impressively at first asking. Tell us more about the rapport that you have with this horse and kind of what you expected that day and how it all played out.
I've been getting on that little horse I maybe breezed him possibly 6 or 7 times now, and every time I'd been on him in the morning, he'd just become more and more professional and classy. From the first time I got on him when he thought he was going to buck me off to the last time I worked him before he ran, he was like a 10-year-old gelding, like he was just a gentleman. So the progression in that horse really rapidly made me get really excited about him. And then when the rain came and the track was like that, I just had this faith that he was going to handle that situation because he just had been so classy in his last works, and he proved me right, and that was really exciting to go out there with that confidence on a first-timer and be right, because sometimes you go out there on a first-timer and they just embarrass you, like it happens. So it was nice that he did that.
Everything was perfect. You got him into the race, he got himself and you into the winner's circle. You might seem to make a very good team. Does it seem all systems go for the Northern Lights Futurity?
I haven't spoken with Tony or the owners about that just yet. I guess that seems like the natural progression. I'm really hoping that that's where it goes and I get to take the reins. But at this stage, I'm not sure, but I'm crossing everything I got that that's where we're going.
Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled for you. Now that they're out here in the paddock and you can get a look at them, you are an excellent judge of how a horse is warming up and how they kind of seem prepared for the task at hand. When you look at these 5, what do you see initially, and I guess is there anything in particular that you're looking for when they do come out in the paddock?
This is a really professional group. They're all well seasoned, they're all a little bit older. They're all parading really well for especially 5 furlong sprinters that can get on the toe a little. Shipwreck Red looks awesome. He's well muscled. He's got a little bit of extra weight on, I think. He looks really good. He's showing really well. Jazzy Time, he always looks beautiful. He's just a cracking individual, just in himself. The 5 here, he's getting a little on the toe, but like we said, they're 5 furlong sprinters. They can do that, and he's actually my pick for this race. So I'm happy to see him on his toes and looking ready to run.
Okay, and Deflator looks very good too out here. I guess I would say probably the liveliest one out here is your pick, Ricky B. Now, we have to ask you for an exacta before I let you go and assume duties downstairs, but with Ricky B, if you're going to play an exacta in here, who do you pick?
So I had Ricky B on top, and the one in second, Ship It Red. He's stepping way down in class. The last time he won was actually in this same condition, but he's been running in some really, really tough spots and putting up good numbers. So I think he could be the one to win it as well, but I'm going on a little bit of a long shot here with Ricky B. Ship It Red in second. They're my picks.
Okay, she's trying to get you a price in race number 4. I can't disagree with you. Thank you so much for your time and joining me and for all of your insight that you've given us. I'm sure that you'll come up and hopefully join me again in the future, and I hope Ricky B gives you a winner.
Awesome. Thanks, Angela.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for tonight's 4th race off the turf at 5 furlongs. Scratch the 2 and 7. With those scratches, we have no superfecta. 6 minutes now, 6 minutes to race 4. All right, fans, it's now time for the quick trip. Race to the pump. Down to the winner's circle we go.
Thanks, Kevin. Hey, Canterbury Park, it's Megan in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle, and we are going to have Quick Trip Race to the Pump with Jack and Anders, who are going to race to the Quick Trip Pump for their chance to win a Quick Trip Rewards card with a $20 value. Whoever can get to the pump first is our winner. Are our contestants ready? Set. Go! And they're off, and it looks like... All right, it's Anders for the win, and he's going to be taking home a $20 Quick Trip gift card. But don't worry, Jack, you're going to go home with some free admission passes courtesy of Canterbury Park. Thank you both for playing today. Back to you in the press box.
Horses approaching the gate now, fans. Inside a minute here to the fourth. 5 furlongs on a good main track. Fans like the looks of Jazzy Times. Jazzy Times has some back class, has banked over $500,000. winning on both turf and dirt in his career. Good luck here. They're at the gate. It is post time now. Post time for the 4th, and they're moving in. First couple have moved in, including Ship It Red and Jazzy Times. The Minnesota-bred Fireman Oscar moves in. Ricky B in the green. Deflator in the orange. We're almost set. Deflator moving in. There in the gate.
Hey. No.
And they're off. Fast start for Jazzy Times, even though he stumbled. He gets off to a quick lead, joined by Ricky B. In between horses is Fireman Oscar. Outside is Deflator. And the last horse away is Ship It Red, as Jazzy Times making sweet music on the front end, leading it by a half length from Ricky B. In among horses is Fireman Oscar. Outside of that one comes Deflator and Kelsey Haar. And Ship It Red makes it a compact field with just 4 lengths from front to back. And Ricky B is pressuring the favorite Jazzy Times. And Fireman Oscar's looking for an aqueduct on the inside as he scrapes the paint. And they're all bunched up as they head to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And here comes the Fireman. Fireman Oscar roused to the lead inside. In between horses is Jazzy Times. Outside comes Ricky B in a late run from Deflator into the final furlong. Ricky B trying to poke the head in front. Deflator trying to come get the money. Kelsey and Deflator got there in the nick of time. An exciting version of race 4 that goes in 58.17. Everybody in mid-stretch in with a chance, but in the end, one of the longest shots on the board. Deflator gets all the money. $6,514, still unofficial. Hold 'em all. Race number 4 is official and cashable. $12 for your win ticket on Deflator. That trifecta, $40.20. The Mario Lemieux 6-6 daily double, $19.20. That pick 3, 3, 6, and 6 paid $65.35. The early pick 4 returned $120.70. The exacta 6 and 5 returned $30.90. On deck, we move forward to race number 5 with a scratch of the 5. Main track still listed as good. Scratch the 5 in the 5th. Deflator spent most of the winter and or spring at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Came to Canterbury, ran once in June. Finished 4th in that event. Was freshened and ran a big one here tonight. Career win number 4 for Deflator. Going to bump those earnings up over $200,000 now in the career of this nice 7-year-old. Moving into the winner's circle here, the official winner of our 4th race, it's number 6. It's Deflator. Deflator is a 7-year-old bay horse out of Iston, out of Alexandria J. Foaled in Kentucky by Larry and Cindy Jones. The winning owner is also the winning trainer. A double for Robert Klein. And the winning jockey, Miss Kelsey Haar. Congratulations to the connections of the victorious Deflator in race 4. Race 5 coming at you with a scratch of the 5 at the gate in 21.
We are back in the studio for race number 5, 14 minutes away from the second of our maiden special weights for the girls. Got to give a little love to the girl behind us, Deflator. On the outside, it appears the outside at the track is definitely a favorable place to be at the moment. And that's good news for your pick here in race number 5, Kevin. You like Unrivaled Queen. What do you like about her?
I like the race experience. You know, when I looked at this race and saw a bunch of first-time starters, and now you factor in the way the track is playing, I think it's going to be a tiring track, especially to the inside, a deep, heavy track. We had a ton of rain here in the last 48 hours, Ange, and I like a horse that's to the outside of the part of the track and has a little race experience. And if you go back to that debut, probably a learning experience if you look back at that replay. The horse had, I don't know if I'd call it a major troubled trip, but it wasn't a comfortable trip at any point. And I think the horse gets a much better trip this time. But pay attention to the betting, because we had a 2-year-old race earlier on the card, and one of the horses that won paid $15.80. But what you didn't see at the end was how much money that took early in the race. That horse was 6 and 7 to 5 for a lot of the early betting, and then just kind of drifted up late when the out-of-state money came in. I like to watch the betting here in these 2-year-old races.
Oh, of course, yeah. And when I was down in the paddock, she was even money. I was shocked when I saw her 6 to 1 across the line. Right now, the one who's taking the action is the 2, Alice Josephine. She was 12 to 1 morning line. She is currently 3 to 1. This is the first-time starter from Mike Beeler's barn. She's got a good pedigree to be good early on. I'm going to get into that after the post-parade with the angle, as she is involved in it. And Alice Josephine has a lot of works leading into this, too. Her only sibling to race out of Vonting won his first start at 2. That was a couple of years ago for Brad Cox. But Alice Josephine with that blood and with the connection that's been very profitable this year in Zeke Lara, and Mike Beeler is taking plenty of action on the board right now.
Horse looks great. We can see right now our crew does a great job of getting us a look even before they get to the paddock. And I'll tell you what, she looks beautiful, under control. It's her first time doing this. She's got a steady set of workouts. And the other thing I noticed about this horse, Juddmonte Farms bred this one. So clearly they breed some pretty nice racehorses over there at Juddmonte. We don't get a lot of Juddmonte bred horses here in Shakopee, so it's kind of it sticks out like a sore thumb. And boy, I mean, she looks fantastic with the early money, with the fact that, Mike Beeler and Zeke Lara have got some good winning numbers together. I'm going to have to add this horse to my ticket. I still like the 7 best, but I think the 2 is a major player here.
Absolutely, I agree. I took her in second. I took Manhattan Cherry on top. And we've seen through some of these 2-year-old races as they progress through the season that even one start of experience is such an advantage for a 2-year-old. And Manhattan Cherry does have that experience. It wasn't great for her, though. She broke from the rail. Not an ideal place to be in your first out. And Manhattan Cherry had a number of hurdles to get over that race. It was not a very good trip for her. It was rather troubled, but Manhattan Cherry still hung on for third behind her stablemate Magic Glass. Now, as they come out into the paddock, we're going to get a look at them. Alice Josephine continues to make an excellent impression out in the paddock. These are the ones, especially, that you're going to want to pay attention to, because most of these 2-year-olds are new to the game. They don't know what the paddock's all about. They don't know what a race day is all about. They don't see a crowd when they work out in the morning. So this is a test for these young horses to see how they adapt to life as a racehorse. She's perking up a little bit in the paddock, but as I look behind her, it kind of looks like everybody is being a very good girl. We should mention that the 5 latest attraction is out, kind of a late one for that, but that doesn't actually affect any of the wagering options in here. Of the 7, is there any horse that you think will be maybe double digits by the end of things that you could throw into exotics?
It might be the outside marker. I don't know if the horse will drift up. Izzy's Monster is a horse that catches the eye with the workouts. The trainer won the other 2-year-old race we talked about. Cody Rosine, solid barn, having a great season. I love the bloodlines here. I think down the road this horse will be a better route horse than a sprinter with those bloodlines. But, from Carpe Diem all the way through Giants Causeway and Malibu Moon on the Grandsire side, this is a really, really nice nicely bred racehorse. So I would give that horse at least a peek in the exotics. I really thought the 1 might be a speedy horse for Mattress Mac. I just don't know about that post. You always talk about it, Ange, and it's great. It's a great point to make. The inside's always tricky for a horse making a debut. When you factor in how deep and heavy this track is down low, this might be a horse to circle. See how it runs tonight, and then maybe next time gets a better post, kind of like we're seeing with Manhattan Cherry, and then pounce.
Fair enough. I would agree with that. I think that she's shown enough speed in the morning to be a good 2-year-old, perhaps not at first asking. This is the first foal of the mare. She is a January foal, so she might be a little bit further along. But, I mean, she just has a very average sire as far as 2-year-old firsters go. And I'm going to give her this one. I went 4, 2, and 6. Kevin goes 7, 4, and 1. These fillies are exiting the paddock. 8 minutes to post for race number 5. Betting options, pick 4s, doubles, exactas, tries, pick 3s. The whole gambit with just one scratch, and I'll be back after the post parade to take you through the angle for this 5th race. A field of 2-year-olds will go to post in 6 minutes for our 5th. Scratch number 5, latest attraction. This field of 7 offers win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, 10-cent super, daily double, pick 3, and pick 4 wagering. Your current 2-to-1 favorite on screen now, Manhattan Cherry. We're 5 minutes away from race number 5. We had a little luck with 2-year-olds the other night, so we're going to try it again. Even though I like Manhattan Cherry on top, I thought I was going to get a price on a horse that you can use in an exacta with her. Now, that are these 2 fillies, Manhattan Cherry and Alice Josephine. These are my top 2 selections in here. I thought that they'd be much further apart on the board, but for some of the reasons that we mentioned in the paddock, I really do like Alice Josephine at first asking. Now, there's a few things to like about both her and Manhattan Cherry, but we'll start with Alice Josephine. She's trained by Mike Beeler. She's ridden by Zeke Lara. And the two of these two together have had an excellent season at Canterbury, as you can see, winning at 16%. They're a profit when they do team up. They can bring in some prices, and Alice Josephine, even though she was 12-1 morning line, might be able to drift up into that neighborhood as they get to the gate. This is her father, her sire, Cantheros. He's had a lot of foals, almost 600 of them to be exact, and they're good at first asking as 2-year-olds. You can see that right here in this column. Those are the specific numbers, but it averages out to 15%. That is above average. 11% is the average number for 2-year-olds in the sires for 2-year-old first-time starters. We move along to her mother, Vaunting. She's only had 2 foals. Alice Josephine is the second one. Prate is the first one. And Prate won at first asking and won by an open margin, registering a huge number, as you can see down at the fairgrounds. It was a long time ago, but it bodes well for his younger sister to perhaps get the job done at first asking, or at least put herself in the mix. That brings us to her trainer in here. That is Mike Beeler. Mike Beeler, with his 2-year-olds at Canterbury, doesn't win a whole bunch. Now that's in this column right here. That's where they finish. He had a win earlier this year with Sam Says at a big number, but a lot of them run in the mix, 3rd or 4th. If you want to use them underneath in exotics like exactas, trifectas, or superfectas, they can be counted on. And in this column, you can count on them at a price. These are the numbers that he posts with these 2-year-old first-time starters. Only one of them was under 9-1, and only one of them was under 8-1. Usually they are at a very good number, and despite those odds, they tend to outrun them. This filly might be able to follow suit, but she will have to deal with this filly, Manhattan Cherry. Manhattan Cherry has a big advantage on her in that she has already started one time. Manhattan Cherry was 5-1 that day. She went with her stablemate Magic Glass, who ended up winning the race, but Manhattan Cherry did take all of the early money that day. She opened up at, I believe, 3-5, and Manhattan Cherry's price rose steadily from there, but never exceeded 6-1. That day, Manhattan Cherry again was beaten by her stablemate Magic Glass, and today she gets a rider change to Rye Eccleberry, who's been a very, very good tandem with the Mac Robertson barn in their limited time together this season. You can see that down here. 22% to be exact with Mac and Rye Eccleberry. They're a very good team, and they are going to team up for start 2 for Manhattan Cherry. We're going to quickly look at her first start. You can see the trouble line there, but see it for yourself down the stretch. This filly had already had a rough trip on the inside. She had a little bit of trouble getting out, but once she does, after that sort of thing, after a little bit of difficulty on the inside of a bunch of other runners, a horse might give up. She didn't. She kept on persevering through the stretch, and even though Countess of Cairo, the filly that's on the lead, did not come back to perform earlier in the day, this one has a lot more upside to her. She has just one start behind her. She has speed. She's got more than she showed that day, and I think that a 4-2 exacta could come up a winner in race number 5. That's the angle. 42. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the 5th. Minnesota breds or 2-year-olds, excuse me. Many debuting here. There's the hot favorite, the Novogratz jacket. That's Manhattan Cherry. Good-looking gray is Alice Josephine to post 2. Fascia Bella in the white jacket. Cajun Ninja with our top jockey, Harry Hernandez. Kelsey Haar looking to win back-to-back races with Unrivaled Queen. And Izzy's Monster, the last baby girl in line. Stand by and good luck. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tardy start for Free Britney. Fast start for the favorite Manhattan Cherry. But there goes Cajun Ninja to take away that lead. Outside of horses comes Unrivaled Queen. In between is Fascia Bella. Then it's Izzy's Monster. A gap of 3 back to Alice Josephine and the slow starting Free Britney. They run on the barn side with the debuting Cajun Ninja showing that great early speed and leading it by 2. Outside comes Unrivaled Queen. In between is Manhattan Cherry. A sharp move inside for Fascia Bella. Watch out for Fascia Bella making a big move. Then it's Izzy's Monster. And from the back of the pack, Free Britney starting to catch the eye as they bend around the turn and get ready to head down the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Cajun Ninja's led every step of the way, trying to take them all the way. But here comes Unrivaled Queen to the outside into the final furlong, though Cajun Ninja's got something left. And Cajun Ninja's still there. Fascia Bella and Unrivaled Queen chasing, but chasing in vain. Cajun Ninja and Harry Hernandez. One look was all it took. .106.92 on this good track. 106.92. Cajun Ninja, the clear victor. There is a photo up on the board to decide the exotic wagers. Hold them all. Photo sign is down, and now it's back up. They fooled me. We can't get fooled again. Now the photo sign down. Second place goes to 7. Unrivaled Queen. Fascia Bella third. Free Britney, after the slow start, rallies up to 4th. 3-7-6-1. Soon to be official. Into the winner's circle comes the winner of race number 5. It's number 3. It's Cajun Ninja. Cajun Ninja is a good-looking 2-year-old bay filly by Custom for Carlos out of Holy Moly Susan. Foaled in Louisiana by Mr. David Cobb. The winning owner, of course, Thumbs Up Racing. The winning trainer, Miguel Angel Silva. And the winning jockey, our top jockey here at Canterbury, Double H, Harry Hernandez. Congratulations to the connections of Cajun Ninja, who wins race number 5. On deck will be the 6th. Sixth race starts the pick 5. We scratch the 1 and the 9 in race 6. It's a 1-mile race taken off the turf to be run on the main track at the gate in 22 minutes. And they're off. Tardy start for Free Brittany. Fast start for the favorite Manhattan Cherry. But there goes Cajun Ninja to take away that lead. Outside of horses comes Unrivaled Queen. In between is Fascia Bella. Then it's Izzy's Monster. A gap of 3 back to Alice Josephine and the slow starting Free Brittany. A run on the barn side with the debuting Cajun Ninja showing that great early speed and leading it by 2. Outside comes Unrivaled Queen. In between is Manhattan Cherry. A sharp move inside for Fascia Bella. Watch out for Fascia Bella making a big move. Then it's Izzy's Monster. And from the back of the pack, Free Brittany starting to catch the eye as they bend around the turn and get ready to head down the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Cajun Ninjas led every step of the way, trying to take them all the way. But here comes Unrivaled Queen to the outside into the final furlong, though Cajun Ninja's got something left. And Cajun Ninja's still there. Fascia Bella and Unrivaled Queen chasing, but chasing in vain. Cajun Ninja and Harry Hernandez. One look was all it took.
Cajun Ninja adds another price into a day that, even though it has been reduced in field size with scratches, has not failed to produce prices thus far in the early half of the card. Now we're on to the 6th. This one is off the turf. We don't only have a few scratches, though. Please take out the 1 Mishko, take out the 4 Tour the World, and the 9 Thick Haze. So we got 8 involved. Do you have something that you'd like to add? Man, a few words. So we'll start on the inside with a lot of speed. It seemed like most of the pace would be brought by the inside runners. Don't box me in, to be particular. Kevin's pick in here might be the one showing the way, along with Samyaza just to his outside. Don't Box Me In took very well to two-turn racing. At first asking doing it, he drew off by 4.5. Now that was against Minnesota breds. Once he went against Open Company last time around, the water got a little bit deeper, the pace got a little bit quicker, and he couldn't hold up on the front end. Now it'll be interesting to see how much pressure Samyaza can apply to him, but if he does get away with some sort of, I don't know, not slow, but comfortable fractions like he did on the 4th of July, this horse could produce a similar sort of result and draw off at the end of things. I don't think that Samyaza is going to let that happen with Constantino Roman, as this horse too does his best running up front, and he has won he has run second on a wet surface. He hasn't run very much on the main track, but Samyaza comes off a 5th place finish on said track. Now, 2 back. He was on a good main surface, and he only came up a head short of Quantum Leap. He was 22-1 that day. I don't think you're getting anything in that neighborhood, but right now you do get a very fair mutual of 7-1 on Samyaza. Exeter has not run on the main track for quite some time. In fact, he was claimed out of one of his starts on the dirt. That was on November 19th of last year. It was a forgettable one. He was basically kind of eased out of that one. Prior to that, he had run a little bit better at Fresno, but it wasn't against this level of competition. He's been a very popular item at the claim box, and Exeter ends up in a new barn again. He is now a Vic Hansen trainee off that win. That was on the turf. That was ahead of Sierra Hotel, who came back to win, but Exeter has to prove that he can move that form over, as he has not done that in quite some time. Treasure Run should be another contributor to the pace. This one has shown good speed on the turf, but all that he's done on the dirt lately, at least, was sprint. That was last October at Gulfstream Park. This is a whole different ballgame for him. If Treasure Run can show anything on the dirt, it would be more than he's done at the past. I do think that he and Kelsey Har will probably be up there keeping things at least honest on the front end, and the same can be said for Mountain Pine. You get 9-2 and 5-1 on these respectively. They are very close on the board. They have sort of similar resumes. I mean, not nearly as many starts for Mountain Pine, but they do like to run up front. Mountain Pine parlayed that speed into a 5-length win last time on the turf. Now he goes back to the main track. He has plenty of dirt experience. Most of that has been done at 1 turn recently, but he did do 2 turns this April. Didn't do it very successfully against maidens, but it looks like Mountain Pine is a much better horse now than he was then. Bob's All In is my choice, just to his outside. It looks like he'd have some pace to run at. This horse just fires every time, and he keeps coming at you, keeps coming at you, keeps coming at you, and he can handle just about any sort of surface. He's 0-4 over a wet track, but he's run well enough where I think he could definitely have a say in this, and Carlo Lopez seems to get along with him very well, as they've teamed up for a win and a second in their last 2 outings together. Sign of the Cross was a main track only entrant. He looks good out here too. The Maggie Moss Silks make their way here. He hasn't run since May. He was claimed from Robertino Diodoro that day. Chris Richard has worked him out fairly steadily leading up to this one. They finally got a few works into him in a row at the end of July, and Sign of the Cross will try to beat some turf horses. Very good record for him. Most of that work done in California. We'll see what he does now in the Midwest. And Cave Hill, the gray on the outside, was claimed a few starts ago. Makes a little bit of a drop, but he's going to come back to the main track. He is very good on a synthetic surface, on a wet surface. We'll see what he can do on the Canterbury main surface. Right now, you get 11-1. I'm the only one on, oh my goodness, I'm the only one on Bob's All In. He's 5-2 right now. You see a lot of love for the inside runner. Don't Box Me In. A more wide open race to start the pick 5. That is a 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum wager, and it starts right here. Other wagering options: exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and pick 3s. Remember, 1 mile on the main track is the distance. 8 minutes to post. Coming up, Kevin Gorg is going to give you a pick 5, hopefully winner.
And the horses are coming onto the track. This is the Keith Rieken Memorial at 1 mile on the main track. After the race, head down to that winner's circle. We celebrate a longtime trainer in the Midwest, including here at Canterbury, Keith Rieken, who we lost earlier this summer. Of course, his son Bruce still has horses winning here and racing here at Canterbury. We'll celebrate with a nice photo in the winner's circle, and you're invited to join after this race concludes. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, rolling pick 3, and race 6 starts the 10%, 50 cent pick 5. 10% takeout, lowest in the country, starts here in race 6 at the gate in 6. All right, race fans, it's that 10% takeout pick 5 time. It could pay hundreds, maybe thousands. And even though the races were a little skinny early, there's some big fields late, and I think we can pounce on it. Let's take a look at the ticket I've assembled. It's a $24 ticket. We'll start here in the 6th, where I fancy 3 horses, the 2, the 8, and the 10. I find this race to be one of those races where I think the trip is really going to matter. Don't Box Me In has the speed. Bob's All In should get that pressing trip, and Sign of the Cross has the class. I think he'll be outside where you want to be on this track. In the 7th race, one of my favorite horses on the grounds is Kierkegaard. I think he gets the trip. I think he gets the win. He will be our single. Race 8, wide open in my opinion. We're going to spread a little bit with 2, 3, 9, and 12. The power play is the 3, Summer Lovin', who should be a decent mutual price. In the 9th, I'm going to use the inside 2, Guest Check and Red Wave. And in the 10th, I'll use the 1 and the 3. Minnesota Nice and With Her Boots On. 2, 8, 10 with 2, 3, 9, 12, with 1, 2, with 1, 3 to close it out. That's a $24 ticket. Now, you can play my ticket. You can modify it by subtracting or adding horses. The one thing we know for sure is you can't win it if you don't get in it. Pick 5 offers some of the best value in the game with the lowest takeout in the industry. The Pick 5 here at Canterbury, guys, is just 3 minutes away. Get those bets in now. And the horses now are approaching the starting gate. Pick 5 time at Canterbury. Inside a minute. Don't get shut out. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 6. Post time for the pick 5. Post time for the second half of the race card. This is the Keith Rieken Memorial at a mile on the main track. And after the race, head down to the winner's circle. Hop in that winner's circle photo as we pay tribute to one of the greats here at Canterbury. Absolute gentleman, Keith Rieken. Moving in line now. The hot favorite is Don't Box Me In at 2-1. Second choice, Sign of the Cross, the main track only entrant. The 10 horse is 3-1. And the last horse in line will be the good-looking gray, Cave Hill. Almost set for the pick 5. Good luck. There in the gate. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch, and the favorite, Don't Box Me In, wants to take control early and takes the lead away from Treasure Run, who is joined by Mountain Pine to the outside. Through from the rail comes Samyaza, and the last horse away is Cave Hill as they run by those judges and head for their journey up the backside. And Don't Box Me In and Rye Echoberry now guided off that rail and control the pace and lead by 2.5 lengths. From the long shot, Treasure Run with Kelsey Haar, who's content to track that one from second. Sam Yaza and Roman up the inside in the Novogratz jacket, and then we come back just a length to Sign of the Cross, who's making a mid-race move. Mountain Pine is caught wide in the early stages. Then it's Exeter. Outside of that one comes Bob's All In, and the gray Cave Hill has got 9 lengths to make up. They went 23-2 to the opening quarter mile, and Don't Box Me In has led every step of the way and does so by a length. And Treasure Run still trying to carve into that lead with Sam Yaza to the inside and Sign of the Cross shaken up in fourth. Mountain Pine on the outside, and the gray Cave Hill is starting to make up some ground. But Don't Box Me In is starting to get away, and Don't Box Me In opens up a 3-length lead. Don't Box Me In from Sam Yaza as they bank around the turn and head to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Rye Echoberry took a peek back, and he sees a menacing presence. It is Sam Yaza, and to the outside, Bob's All In, and Bob's All In does just that and surges right on by. Bob's All In to the lead, into the final football field. Out in the middle of the track is Bob's All In and Carlo Lopez as they save their best for last, and they surge to a 5-length win. Eight, 2, 3, 11 in 138.07. Still unofficial, so hold those tickets. Once again, fans, you are welcome to join in with that winner's circle picture. So we pay tribute to trainer Keith Rieken, who we lost earlier this summer. There'll be a special celebration in the winner's enclosure and a photo right after this race, so feel free to hop in. $11.60 for your win ticket on Bob's All In. That double, the Pavel Demitra 3-8 paid $111. The pick 3 paid $169.95. The 8-2 exacta, $15.50. That trifecta, $20.45. 10-cent superfecta, $15.50. Also a special happy birthday to the owner and trainer of the winner, Alfredo Asperino. Happy birthday indeed. A double here as he trains and owns Bob's All In. Once again, we celebrate Keith Rieken, the memorial race here with a winner's circle picture. You are welcome to join. A very special picture for all of us here at Canterbury. So join in right now if you'd like. We'd love to have you down there. He was such a big fan of Canterbury and, of course, such a fixture on the backside. We lost Keith Rieken at the age of 85 earlier this summer. Fans gathering now in that winner's circle. So many familiar faces that were impacted by trainer Keith Rieken, especially his son, Bruce, who joins us in the winner's circle. And we celebrate the winner here of the 6th, Bob's All In. Bob's All In is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Tapazar out of Cat the Ballerina fold in Kentucky. The winning trainer is the winning owner. It's the birthday boy, Alfredo Asperino, and the winning jockey is Carlo Lopez. And God bless Keith Rieken as we celebrate a great human being here and a great supporter of racing in the Midwest, especially here at Canterbury. Thinking of you, Keith, and the Rieken family here after race 6. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch, and the favorite, Don't Box Me In, wants to take control early and takes the lead away from Treasure Run, who is joined by Mountain Pine to the outside. Through from the rail comes Samyaza, and the last horse away is Cave Hills. They run by those judges and head for their journey up the backside. And Don't Box Me In and Rye Echoberry now guided off that rail and control the pace and lead by 2.5 lengths. From the long shot, Treasure Run with Kelsey Haar, who's content to track that one from second. Sam Yaza and Roman up the inside of the Novogratz jacket, and then we come back just a length to Sign of the Cross, who's making a mid-race move. Mountain Pine is caught wide in the early stages. Then it's Exeter. Outside of that one comes Bob's All In, and the gray Cave Hill has got 9 lengths to make up. They went 23-2 to the opening quarter mile, and Don't Box Me In has led every step of the way and does so by a length. And Treasure Run still trying to carve into that lead with Sam Yaza to the inside, and Sign of the Cross shaken up in fourth. Mountain Pine on the outside, and the gray Cave Hill is starting to make up some ground, but Don't Box Me In is starting to get away, and Don't Box Me In opens up a 3-length lead. Don't Box Me In from Sam Yaza as they bank around the turn and head to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Rye Eckleberry took a peek back and he sees a menacing presence. It is Sam Yaza, and to the outside Bob's All In, and Bob's All In does just that and surges right on by. Bob's All In to the lead, into the final football field. Out in the middle of the track is Bob's All In and Carlo Lopez as they save their best for last, and they surge to a 5-length win.
basketball. I loved it. Like I said, I always wanted to play when I was a kid.
Basketball. Obviously, I didn't grow, but if I did, I'd probably want to play basketball.
Soccer. I love soccer, and I was actually, used to play soccer like my whole youth. I mean, I played in high school and everything, and
I kind of enjoy a lot basketball because I like to play it. I'm not really good at it though. I just kind of like to run and walk, run around and get everybody tired.
My favorite sport is soccer as well. We grew up playing soccer since we were little.
Still like to watch a little track and field every now and then.
Baseball. I love it. I love the baseball.
Running, and I like to watch college football.
Soccer. I don't know. In Mexico, we play a lot of soccer. Soccer is very big in Mexico.
Archery. I did it for a while and I loved it. So that's my favorite sport to do when I'm not crazy.
It's late pick 4 time. I'm up here in the studio, and it's really cool to see everybody get together down in the winner's circle to honor Keith Rieken. Friends and family gathering in the winner's circle after Bob's All In gets his second win of the meet. Very workmanlike fashion. Seems like a 7-year-old that really likes his job, and he and Carlo Lopez take the 6th and start our pick 5 off with a 9-2 shot. Now we go to race number 7. We have a couple of scratches in here, and they're crucial scratches for the horse that's on screen right now. Take out the 6, give him Heck Beck, and the 7, Time Heist. That animal is my top pick. That's Magic Castle. Magic Castle made a splash down at Tampa. He's Minnesota bred. He beat Open Company in a maiden 25 claimer, and he did it very impressively. That was going 5.5 furlongs, but 6.5 has treated him very good since coming up to Canterbury Park. And those scratches, I thought, left him alone on the lead. He seems like a horse that will go as far as you want him to, as long as you let him get comfortable on the front end. Now, Magic Castle has had a slow break here or there, and that's taken him out of the race early and taken him out of the race basically completely. But it'll be interesting to see what stablemate the other Broberg trainee, Kierkegaard, does in here. Kevin Gorg loves his Kierkegaard, and I did take him second. He's your current even money favorite, but Kierkegaard seems to be the one who would be able to apply the necessary pressure to Magic Castle to maybe make him uncomfortable on the front end. You don't really want to see a civil war within the barn, but these two look like the two to beat in race number 7. But we go to the inside with Twisted Dixie. This one comes from pretty far off the pace, and he's on a cutback from a mile to 6.5 furlongs. With how tiring the track appears to be, it might be right up Twisted Dixie's alley. He's only tried this distance once, but the last time that he did go one turn, he won at Oakland Park, and he won in upset fashion at 15-1 that day. Some things to like about the Rail Runner, and he is taking money currently at 4-1. I just addressed Kierkegaard and Magic Castle, so I'm going to move along to Cumberland Avenue. Cumberland Avenue raced at this level last time around at 6.5. He came up kind of an even fourth. He made a little bit of a move early, kept himself in contention, but then really didn't progress from there. Prince Rama and Mrs. Beans moved away from the rest of that field. Now, Looking for 8 has come back to win since that time, but he did so at a marathon on the turf. Kind of some mixed signals with Cumberland Avenue, and he's one of, I thought, several closers in this group, including Jack's Advantage to his outside. This one had shown speed at times down at Hawthorne, but last time took all the way almost back to last with Kelsey Haar. It'll be interesting to see what Jermaine Bridgemahan tries to employ as a tactic to turn the tables on Kierkegaard, who he's met up here at Canterbury going 1 turn and down at Oakland Park going 2 turns. In both of those races, he was defeated by Kierkegaard, and he was defeated by a pretty safe margin. Jack's Advantage right now is 7-1, but the field's long shot is on the outside, and that's U-split 10s. He appears to be another sort of one-paced runner. He can handle 1 turn, but he needs to be closer to probably a slower pace than he's going to get in here. And quite frankly, this year, he just doesn't look like the same horse that he was last year. U-split 10s looks good in the paddock, but until he turns things around form-wise, I think that 10-1 probably is very suiting for him in this 6-horse field. In 8 minutes, we find out who takes the first leg of this late pick 4. I'm going to look through the sequence with you coming up after the post parade. Your other options include pick 3s, doubles, superfectus tries, exactas, and win place and show wagers. There's the grid of selections. I'll be back after the post parade, and hopefully we'll get you a winner in the pick 4.
And now we head down to the winner's circle for K-Fan categories.
Hey everyone, we are down here in the winner's circle for Canterbury categories. In this game, Nick will be competing against Canterbury's finest in a game of categories to see who can name more items in a category in 15 seconds. Today's category is Vikings players, past or present. How's your knowledge of Vikings players?
Decent.
Decent. We want a little better than that, but I'm sure he'll get this right. Now we have 15 seconds with Mara on the clock. But first we're going to throw it up and see. Oh, no, we're going to hold it down here and give him 15 seconds to name as many Vikings players. Mara, you ready?
Past or present?
Past or present, correct. All right, whenever you're ready, go.
Jared Allen, Adrian Peterson, Christian Ponder, Tavares Jackson, Michael Bennett, Troy Williamson, Daniil Hunter, Everson Griffin, Shamar Stephan, Linval Joseph.
And that'll be it. How many did he get, Megan? 9. All right, the time to beat is 9. Let's see what we got. To see it. Nick's taking home a scratch-off ticket from Minnesota Lottery. Thank you guys so much.
Nice job, Aiden, and nice job to the winner of that scratch-off. Naming all the Vikings players. We've got 3 minutes to post for race number 7. That is my top pick on screen. That is the speedy Magic Castle. Magic Castle, I thought, could get the lead on his stablemate Kierkegaard. I wouldn't expect these two to go nose and nose, but Kierkegaard is so good at 6.5 and so good at Canterbury, it's impossible to leave him off tickets. I know he's 4 to 5, but I love the price on Magic Castle, and I would expect these two to go 1-2 no matter what the order, so they're the two that I used in that pick 4. Race 8, I just used my top 3 picks. Kevin really likes Summer Lovin', as you heard earlier. I definitely included her. Pretty sweet coming off a long layoff. And second, Grace on the outside off a strong second place at this level. All made a little bit of sense with different sorts of trips to them. Covered my bases with those, but we singled guest check in race number 9. It looks like this horse is finally going to graduate today after a lot of hard tries. Usually going around 2 turns, he's shown more speed since they put the blinkers on, but guest check gets the rail, gets Carlo Lopez, who looks for another win on the card. He looked like kind of a standout in that group, and a short-priced one at that, so I did single him in the 9th. Race 10, 1, 3, 4, and 6. It's a kind of evenly matched group as far as pace goes. It looked fair. There were some front runners, some closers, some in the middle of the field, and little things are probably going to make a big difference in the last 1, 3, 4, and 6. That's all $12. You got 1 minute to bet this pick 4. They're headed to the gate shortly. Good luck in the 7th.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Inside a minute now. Inside a minute to the late pick 4. Fans will draw your attention down near the rail. A new rail bird, Harrison Smith, everybody. Look at Harrison Smith. Look at him. He's ready to go for the Vikes season. Hi, Harrison Smith. Good luck, buddy. Hope your horse wins the race. All right, everybody, they're at the gate. It is post time. Harrison Smith and the fans excited for this pivotal leg on the pick 5 journey. Kierkegaard favored at 6-5. The Minnesota bred Magic Castle, second choice at 5-2. Moving in now, Twisted Dixie.
What's that?
And those purple and gold silks. Kierkegaard next. Here comes Magic Castle for Breakaway Stables. Cumberland Avenue, Jack's Advantage, and the gray horse will be the last in line. That's U-Split 10s. 6 and a hook, and here they are for race 7. They're in the gate. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch. Showing speed is Jack's Advantage, quickly joined by Magic Castle and the favorite Kierkegaard, pinned to the inside. Twisted Dixie is next, then Cumberland Avenue, and the last horse away is the gray U-Split 10s. Up the barn side they go, and Magic Castle has the lead. Magic Castle by 3/4 of a length to Kierkegaard, through from the inside. Then we come to the long shot, Jack's Advantage. Outside of that one is Cumberland Avenue. Twisted Dixie is looking for a way through, and it's 3 lengths back to U-Split 10s. They went 22-3 for that opening quarter mile, and Magic Castle has the lead and leads it by 3/4 of a length, trying to get away. Kierkegaard, the favorite's in a good spot, poised to pounce. Cumberland Avenue's shaken up, trying to respond, and then we come back to Twisted Dixie. Around that turn they go. Magic Castle still held together nicely by the queue. It's Magic Castle by 2. Kierkegaard trying to get off that rail, leaving an opening for Twisted Dixie, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch with Magic Castle to catch. Here comes Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard's unwinding to the outside, Twisted Dixie to the inside, but still Magic Castle is there. Magic Castle's trying to get to the wire. Kierkegaard's trying to get him. Magic Castle, Kierkegaard, Magic Castle by a desperate neck. Magic Castle. The Minnesota bred wins. Photo sign up on the board, a humdinger. And the Carl Broberg horses, the barnmates, settle it in 117.25. Hold them all. Photo sign is down. We have an answer. Magic Castle indeed. 3, 2, 1, and 5. 3, 2, 1, 5. Soon to be official. As Magic Castle wins for the 3rd time on the Canterbury main track. Threw in a clunker last time, but boy, Ran a big one tonight to hold off the barn mate by a desperate Nick. It's official. $11 for your win ticket on Magic Castle. Steve Jordan, $1 double, 8 and 3, $24.60. The pick 3, 3, 8 and 3, paid $223.20. The Dan Gladden 3-2 exacta, $15.90. Trifecta, $16.75. 10-cent super, $25.18. Getting set to join up with the winning connections inside the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure is the victorious Magic Castle. Magic Castle is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Bodemeister out of Queen of the Spa. Foaled right here in Minnesota, the owners of Magic Castle, Breakaway Stables. Winning trainers, Mr. Carl Broberg, and the winning jockey, Alonzo Quinones. Congratulations to the connections of Magic Castle. Up next, the 8th. Scratch the 6 and 7 at 6 furlongs on a good track in 22 minutes. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch. Showing speed is Jack's Advantage, quickly joined by Magic Castle and the favorite Kierkegaard, pinned to the inside. Twisted Dixie is next, then Cumberland Avenue, and the last horse away is the gray You Split Tens. Up the barn side they go, and Magic Castle has the lead. Magic Castle by 3/4 of a length to Kierkegaard, through from the inside. Then we come to the long shot, Jack's Advantage. Outside of that one is Cumberland Avenue. Twisted Dixie is looking for a way through, and it's 3 lengths back to You Split Tens. They went 22 and 3 for that opening quarter mile, and Magic Castle has the lead and leads it by 3/4 of a length, trying to get away. Kierkegaard, the favorite's in a good spot, poised to pounce. Cumberland Avenue's shaken up, trying to respond, and then we come back to Twisted Dixie. Around that turn they go. Magic Castle still held together nicely by the queue. It's Magic Castle by 2. Kierkegaard trying to get off that rail, leaving an opening for Twisted Dixie, and they charge down that Canterbury stretch with Magic Castle to catch. Here comes Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard's unwinding to the outside, Twisted Dixie to the inside, but still Magic Castle is there. Magic Castle's trying to get to the wire. Kierkegaard's trying to get him. Magic Castle, Kierkegaard, Magic Castle by a desperate neck. Magic Castle.
Broberg goes 1-2, and Magic Castle saves just enough for the finish line. Congratulations to Breakaway Stable. Everybody connected with the very proud Magic Castle. He was prancing back to the winner's circle, gets the job done at 9-2, and now we go on to race number 8. This one is at 6 furlongs. The rest of ours are going to be scheduled for the main track, so bigger numbers to deal with in here. We have quite a few going in this one. All the money opened up with number 3, Summer Lovin', but we'll start on the rail with Sails in the Sunset. Sails in the Sunset comes off a third place finish. She was behind one of the other combatants in here, Circulo de Ganadoras, but Sails on the Sunset got moved up to second and now tries to improve on that and pick up her 4th lifetime win. She's come close here at Canterbury, a couple of second place finishes out of those 3 starts, and Sails on the Sunset and Zeklar are going to team up again. Right now they are 12-1. 9-1 on M&M Girl. M&M Girl finished second last time herself, but that was last September. We have not seen M&M Girl since a 5 furlong turf sprint. It's an awful long layoff and not that many. Oh, whoa. Okay, that was pretty sweet, causing a little bit of a ruckus off the layoff, just like this one. 9-1 on M&M Girl, and she will be coming from off the pace. Should have some pace to run into in here, but same goes for Summer Lovin', and that one does have a couple of starts to her this year. 5-2 the price on Summer Lovin'. I would like her a little bit better at 6.5. I thought the 6 is kind of short for her, but she does make a steady close each time. She did come up the inside last time, hoping that she comes on the outside, but I might look for just one more start out of her and one more half furlong. She is taking a lot of support on the board, though, at 5-2. I Know Your Face just to the outside was a recent claim for the Wong Barn. They took her 3 back. Haven't had success with her yet, but they did cut her back in distance going from that 2-turn race they claimed her from to 1 turn again. She's gone 6.5 in both of her most recent starts and shown speed in both, but has not hung on, so they're going to try to cut her back half a furlong and keep her at the same level as last time. She does have to turn the tables on Second Grace, the outside runner in here, but I Know Your Face has shown a capability to come from off the pace too when she pulled an upset on May 26th. Not really sure what to make of her, but she does seem to prefer being closer to the front end, so I'd expect Kyle Carter to have her in the thick of things from the start. Circulo de Ganadoras did win, couple back, but tries to get another win in here and tries to do so on a cutback. She has one less half furlong to navigate. She too was in that Second Grace race, and she ran pretty well that day. This one kind of ran an even race towards the inside, and Sweet Honor managed to come home a length and a quarter ahead of everybody, but she has shown an affinity for this surface and an ability to go between horses in a crowded field like this. That is important. She looks good down here in the paddock, and right now she's 5-1. We take the 6 and 7 out of the mix, and we go to Pretty Sweet, who has actually already gone out to the track. As I said, she was getting a little bit riled up, managed to put herself somehow in the bushes, but I had my back turned to her. She has speed, and she won both times that she was at this level last year, or this relative level. Pretty Sweet just hasn't been seen in so long. Where you been? She's got some half-mile works leading into this, some 5/8 works leading into this. It looks like she's been working out quite some time and maybe just not quite right, so they're getting a late start to their year with her, so I opted to use her underneath in third. The 9 in here, Cha should show more speed and should contribute to the pace. Right now she is 10-1. Cha ran very well a few starts ago. She was claimed 2 back, and she does drop in class. Some things to like about Shaw, and she does like the local surface a lot too. 14-1 on Fancy Empress just to her outside. Fancy Empress made her first start at Canterbury on turf. Lots of changes for her. She's going to go back to the main track. She's going to go 1 turn, and the last time that she did so, she was moved up via DQ down at Hawthorne. She only lost by a length that day as it was, and Fancy Empress could definitely turn things around. She has a 4-for-13 record, some good races in there, and Joel Campbell and Carlo Lopez will team up with her. Flying Business, the speedster to the outside. Alonzo Quinones will get aboard her, 18-1 on the price. And the one you see on the screen right now is your second choice and my top pick, Second Grace. She came off a layoff from April to July and ended up second. She was a little tired that day, but Sweet Honor did beat her, not by a whole bunch. She was the favorite that day. She might end up being the favorite again today. And Red Hot Harry Hernandez is in the saddle. 8 minutes to post. There's the selections on the board. Pick 3s, doubles, supers, exactas, tries. All of the usuals, and 10 to pick from in the 8th. They're headed out to the track now.
Let's head down to the winner's circle. We've got more fun, Canterbury style.
Hello, Canterbury Park. We are down here in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle, and it is time to play Horseshoe Toss, brought to you by MN Lottery. We have 3 lucky ladies here tonight, and they're ready to throw their horseshoes. The person closest will win a MN Lottery scratch-off. First off, we have Ashley. Go ahead and take your toss. Ooh. Bouncy one. Next we have Paige. Go ahead. Ooh, nice toss. There we go. And lastly, we have Sophie. Oh, and it looks like Paige was the closest one, so she is the winner of a Minnesota scratch-off ticket. The other ladies don't go empty-handed, though. They get to leave tonight with free admission passes to Canterbury Park. Thank you for playing.
Two-minute warning now. 2 minutes. 2 minutes here to race number 8. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the 8th. 6-5 on Second Grace, the 12-horse favored, with top jockey Harry Hernandez astride. Fillies and Mares moving in professionally here, including Pretty Sweet in the Novogratz jacket. Summer Loving coaxed in. Flying Business waiting on the favorite, along with I Know Your Face. 2 horses behind the gate, almost set for the 8th. The gray, Circulode Ganadorus. And here we go. Second Grace is in. There in the gate. And they're off. They came off to a perfect dispatch, but then after the break, Summer Lovin shuffled back to last. Cha showing patented early speed, and there goes Cha, taking the early lead and leading it now by a couple lengths. Circulode Ganadorus is next on the inside. In between horses is Pretty Sweet. Up on the outside is Flying Business. And we come back to the favorite, who's got 4 to make up. That's Second Grace. Inside is Sailing in the Sunset. Summer Lovin's way, way at the back. 17 lengths from front to back. 22-1 for the quarter mile, and it's the long shot and Crystal Conning who guides Cha to a 2-length lead. But now that lead is starting to shrink as here comes the favorite, Second Grace. And in between horses is Circulode Ganadorus, and Circulode Ganadorus and Kelsey are right there in among horses. Right behind is Sailing in the Sunset, top of the Canterbury stretch. Cha relinquishes the lead to Circulode Ganadorus. Outside is Second Grace. From the back of the pack, here comes M&M Girl. M&M Girl surging to the inside. Here comes Sophia. She's trying to get through on the inside, trying to catch Circulode Ganadorus, and she has! M&M Girl and Sophia Barandella right up the rail. What a ride! Two 5, 12-4 in 112.48. Long shot in the pick 5 and pick 4 sequence here with M&M Girl scoring at 11-1. Girl power on the exacta. Sophia Barandella over Kelsey Haar. Favorite runs 3rd. Another long shot, I Know Your Face, finishes 4th. Race number 8, official and cashable. $25 for your win ticket on M&M Girl. 10-cent super, $103.80. The Dan Gladden 3-2 double, $32.40. Pick 3, 8, 3, and 2, $140.05. That pick 4, $1,599.20. And the Al McAdam 2-5 exacta, $60.30. Trifecta paid $86.35. Getting set to join up with the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure is the victorious long shot. It's M&M Girl. M&M Girl is a 6-year-old bay mare by Boos out of Northern Manners, foaled in Idaho. The winning trainer is the winning owner, as Sanderson Stables owns and Bruce Sanderson trains. That's a double for the Sandersons. And the winning jockey with an awesome ride, it's Sophia Barandella. Congratulations to the connections of M&M Girl, winner of the 8th. On deck, we've got the late daily double starting in race 9 with a scratch of the 5. 1 mile on the main track in 21 minutes.
Our late double is coming up in race number 9, and maidens go 1 mile. Your favorites on screen right now at 5-2. Thought he maybe would be a little bit lower price than that, and he probably will be by the time they get to the gate. That's Guest Check. This is start 11, and I get it. If he's not your kind of horse, he kind of runs at one pace all the way around. They take the blinkers off Guest Check today, but he has been coming very close this year against $25,000 varieties in his first 2 starts. The last time he dropped to $7,500, but that was also open company. Perhaps that price combined with the state breds will get Guest Check into the winner's circle for the first time. I mean, I thought so. He seemed like a standout in this field to me, but Red Wave next door is kind of the wild card in this group. Now, he has handled 2 turns well in the past, but he didn't handle it very well this year. It was his first start off the layoff. He broke very well. He showed some speed, but backed right out of things. He only beat 1 horse home in his first start of the year. Same thing went for his second start of the year, but that was 1 turn. Seems like Red Wave, I know that they thought this horse was going to be a 2-turn sort of turf horse, but just things haven't gone according to plan. So they put him here at the bottom, and Red Wave probably will make some noise, and right now he is 7-2. Speedy Daredevil, on the other hand, already made the drop to this level, going 6.5. Really didn't make much of an impact. Dynamometer ran away from that field that Speedy Daredevil entered in last time. It is the 3rd start of his form cycle. Perhaps he's rounding into form. Miguel Arroyo will rejoin him, but he doesn't have very much speed, and it doesn't look like outside of the inside 2 runners, there is a whole bunch of pace. So Speedy Daredevil might be up against it from that perspective, but maybe after going that 1 turn, Speedy Daredevil may have more to offer early. Sir Barnabas, another one of those closers. He is coming out of 1-turn races himself, but he hasn't shown any semblance of speed in any of them thus far. He is willing to pass horses, and if you're looking for a horse that'll keep coming and coming, Sir Barnabas might fit the bill for you. Still, this is his first try around 2 turns. I opted to let him have this one. He and Speedy Daredevil both are currently 8-1. Wildcat Hagrid scratched out of this spot. Tiger Hunter's on screen right now. Tiger Hunter has been in Chip Woolley's barn now for a few starts, and he's going to make his first one for a tag. Last year, they dropped him in for a $25,000 price at Hawthorne, but Tiger Hunter has not yet faced Minnesota-bred claimers. There's a very nice pedigree to come along with Tiger Hunter, but he hasn't quite inherited all of that talent that his parents have shown. Tiger Hunter comes from off the pace as well. This one was 4 wide in that June 18th race. And, I mean, he just kind of was loping along behind the second flight. He'll keep coming and coming. That was the race won by North Arm Bay. Then he tried it again, didn't go so well. Then he went to the turf. He was pinched back at the start. Tiger Hunter's had his excuses, but if he can run it all, he figures to show it in this spot. Honey Superman has a little bit of speed that he showed prior. Hasn't shown it in his last 2 starts. We'll see what he has to offer in this spot, but he has a lot of ground to make up on Guest Check. And Uncle Al's pal on the outside falls into that same category. The drops have not helped this one. He stays at the same level, but has a lot of improving to do. But he's currently 7-2. 1, 2, and 6 for everybody across the board here. Guest Check remains your slight favorite at 2-1 with 9 minutes to post. They're headed out to the track right now. Lynn Dykard's only got 2 more of his serenades for you. Stay tuned. Kevin and I will be up in the studio for race number 10 coming up after this one.
The call to the post brings the Minnesota-bred maidens onto the track. We get set for the late daily double. It's race 9 at Canterbury. You have win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and that late double. The Minnesota Breds set to duel in 7 minutes. 2-minute warning now. 2 minutes to race number 9. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Post time for the 9th here at a mile for these Minnesota-bred maidens looking for their first victory. 6-5 on guest check. We've had 8 different jockeys win the first 8 races here in Shakopee. If a rider on the 2, 3, or 8 wins, it'll be 9 different jockeys through 9. Almost set to go. Uncle Al's Pals, last in line. The Pal moves in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Red Wave catapults out to the early lead. The favorite going to chase that one. That's guest check from the inside. From in between comes Sir Barnabas, and in traffic, but showing speed is Tiger Hunter. The last horse away is Honey's Superman. Past the judges, and around the turn they go. And Rye Eccleberry and Red Wave going to dictate terms now by a couple lengths. Sir Barnabas, a handful for Kelsey Haar. Outside of that one comes Tiger Hunter. Then it's Uncle Al's Pal. And the favorite guest check, content to track from just a couple lengths back, secures a good ground-saving trick. 2 lengths back is Speedy Daredevil, and a long, long way back to Honey's Superman, who'd have to make up 15 lengths to get the victory here in race 9. Red Wave with some pressure now from Tiger Hunter. Tiger Hunter making that 2-horse work. Tiger Hunter pokes the head in front. The favorite sensing the warning call. Red Wave in all kinds of trouble, and there goes Speedy Daredevil. A sharp move by Speedy Daredevil. But Tiger Hunter has taken control, and Lindy Wade wants the lead and opens up a couple lengths. Arroyo and Speedy Daredevil out after that one. Red Wave relinquished the lead and now shaken up to keep up. Guest check trying to go to the wide side. The others have got a lot of work to do. Tiger Hunter still there. Red Wave back into the race as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. And Tiger Hunter has the lead. Red Wave is next. Guest check looks like a beaten favorite into the final furlong. Tiger Hunter is double digits, and Tiger Hunter is home and cooled out. Six, 2, 1, 3 in 141.42. $22 for your win ticket on the maiden special weight dropper Tiger Hunter. 10-cent superfecta, $61.87. The Steve Payne 2-6 double, $92.40. That pick 3, $91.70 for your 50-cent pick 3. The exacta return, $46.40. Trifecta, 6, 2, and 1, $37.90. Another parimutuel puzzler in the pick 5. We'll have those payoffs waiting for you here once we get through the replays of race 9. But if you're alive in the pick 5, that should be a nice little score you're sitting on into the last. Tiger Hunter made that big drop in class, and Lindy Wade gave that horse a crafty ride. And into the winner's circle, here is Tiger Hunter. Tiger Hunter is a 3-year-old dark brown or bay gelding by the great Lemon Drop Kid out of Hunter's Tiger Paw. Foaled in Minnesota by Jeff Zamzov. The winning owner is Winden Wood Farms. The winning trainer is a Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Mr. Chip Woolley. And the winning jockey with a riding double, salt to the earth, Lindy Wade. Congratulations to the connections of the victorious Tiger Hunter here in the 9th. We close out the racing card, including that pick 5, with the 10th. No scratches or jockey changes at the gate in 22 minutes.
We have one more tonight on our Saturday night card. We're 13 minutes away from it. This one is one of the more interesting races of the night, so I've lured Kevin Gorg into the studio to take us through it. Giant payoffs in the pick 5.
Wow.
Holy cow. If you're alive to the 5 or the 6, whew, I wish I could pour you a drink right now. 53,000 plus potentially on the line if one of those two comes home and you have the winning pick 5 ticket.
Yeah, not one favorite, couple of double-digit horses. We've seen some great rides. I think of Sophia Barandella darting inside with that 2-horse. We just saw Lindy Wade take the race over on the far turn. Made kind of it's one of those premature moves where if you win, you look brilliant. If you get caught late, then you're going to hear about it from the connections. I thought it was an awesome ride, though, and here we are. And all these payoffs are above $4,000. So people always ask me, they say, "Oh, you guys talk about that 10% takeout a lot." Yeah, we do.
It matters.
Because it gives you so much money back to your pockets, nearly double what some tracks will give you. So these payoffs are unbelievable. The pick 5 is such a great value. And then don't sleep on those pick 4s. You're always putting together those pick 4 tickets. Those tickets have some obnoxious payoffs. I'm talking $5,000 for a pick 4. So we're going to handicap it up. I think it's a 2-horse race on paper, but we've seen some crazy outcomes tonight. Maybe we'll see it again.
Well, that's fair. Who do you think the 2 are? I see you have 3 and 1 on the screen.
Yeah, that's who I like the best.
Well,
I
has
do.
anything changed tonight with how the track has been playing?
No, because I think both these horses are going to be charging from off the pace, and I think if you're going to do that, you're probably going to have to come wide to the 3, 4, or 5 path, which has been the place to be outside of what Sophia did in that one race where she got to the inside and had a boatload of horse. Outside's been good, and I think the 1 and 3 are both going to rally from the outside. As I looked at this race, I thought the 4 and 5 were clearly the speed, and I thought they would set the race up for somebody, Angela.
No, that's fair, and I thought that the 2 would keep things honest, too. Alonzo Quinones likes to get this filly involved in the race. So with 2, 4, and 5 all in, I was watching for scratches to see if anything would change as far as the pace scenario. I do go the way of the inside filly. Now, obviously, I don't love the way that the inside is going. Guess Check was on the rail. It just looks like it's a little bit deeper. That's just what happens when it rains. With her boots on, has the misfortune of drawing that post, but ran well behind Merlin's sister last time, who did come back to pull another upset from off the pace. With her boots on, ran a winning race last time. She ran just fine. This seems to be her thing. This seems to be her level, and now she's against State Breds. You have Minnesota Nice on top, though, and this one makes some sense coming off the turf course. Probably will be in front of With Her Boots On early, and then you envision a battle between these two down the stretch.
Yeah, what impressed me the most about the one's effort last time is that was Open Company and ran a really good second against a return winner against Open Company. Now, Minnesota Nice, I think, is a better horse in the dirt. If you go back to some of the dirt races, I think you can make that case. Only career win on the dirt. 0 for 7 on the turf, some decent speed figures, but hasn't gotten it done. And what sealed the fate for me is they gave this horse a bit of a freshening. Hasn't been seen since June 30th, and I love the workouts we have seen. I think this horse has kind of perked up a little bit with that breather, and sometimes I think the connections know more than anybody else does when you handicap the race. This horse probably needed a bit of a breather and got it, and looks like a new horse, at least in the morning. We'll see if that translates to a big effort tonight.
That's fair. I did take her second. I kind of take her maiden win out of the equation. I know that she's against similar horses tonight, but I'm not sure what she beat in that group, and she was way odds on, not just a little odds on. She was way odds on. And Minnesota Nice's races since that time, whether they be against higher price claimers or whether they're against state bred allowance horses, kind of look the same. So 1, 3, and 6 for me. I go to Maiden Rock in third, and she's on the screen right now. She's the value, obviously, of those 3, and she's 6-1. She's one of those big payout possibilities in the pick 5. And she's making one of the bigger drops in here. Now, I know it's optional claimers and 1X, but some of the horses in there did go on to the Minnesota Oaks. Lady Claire, that is, went on to the Minnesota Oaks, and Maiden Rock prior to that ran a good third behind Start Singing, who was in the Minnesota Oaks, and Lady Claire. So if you judge them by the company they keep with that, I think that Maiden Rock should move forward simply based on going against some older fillies and mares that might be her friends, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the puzzle of this race. But certainly you could make a case that a couple of these outsiders, like the 6, get the good trip, and that horse has stalking speed. So there's the set of selections from the handicappers. You can see it spread out. Could be another one of those crazy results at the wire. It's your last chance to bet a live race tonight. The Card Club, of course, will be open all night for you. We're back tomorrow, Pepsi Family Day, 1 o'clock. Angela and I can't wait to see you for that. Good luck if you're alive, though. Honestly, in the pick 4 and pick 5, get her done right here. We're hoping for the best. Hope your horses all get good trips. We'll call it in 8 minutes. Get those bets in now. Excellent job once again. Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track. Here they come. The Minnesota-bred girls set to duel at 1 mile. We offer Win Play Show Exacta Trifecta and a Superfecta wager. It's the lucky last. Get those bets in now. They'll be ready to race in 6 minutes. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. 1 minute now, 1 minute to the 10th at Canterbury. Fans, there will be a slight delay here. Slight delay for race 10. Say, crank back the lights up on one of the turns. Slight delay, but the horses are warming up close to the gate. So once we're ready to go, it will happen fairly quick. So once again, a reminder to get those bets in. Slight delay, and we'll be ready to go with the 10th. As you can see, we've had to restart the lights, so the Canterbury team here is working on it. Sounds like it'll be about 5 or 6 minutes here to the 10th. Apologize for the slight delay here with race 10. We want to make sure everything is copacetic with the lights, so it's of the utmost safe for the horses and jocks. So stay tuned. About 5 or 6 minutes, we should be ready to go. Sounds like they've got the lights back on. Jockeys about ready to reassemble with their horses here. And again, we apologize for that delay. It's all about the safety. We want to make sure everything was ready to rock and roll. And now here we go. Jocks back on, ready for the 10th. Minnesota Nice favored at 8-5. It's the 3 horse. The 7 is Sense of Flurry. Second choice at 5-2. These are Minnesota bred fillies and mares set to travel a mile. Close out the race card, including the pick 4 and pick 5. If you're alive, good luck. We're back tomorrow at 1 o'clock for Pepsi Family Day here at the track. We race all the way until the 17th of September. Head to CanterburyPark.com for the schedule, for the special events, and for discounted tickets. Jocks all back aboard their charges here in the 10th. Not much changing on the board. With their boots on. And Chad Lindsay will be the first to link up along with Celtics Wildcat. Gate crew once again tonight doing a fabulous job. There's one of the grays, Flash Flood. There's the other one. She's on Easy Street. Favorite, Minnesota Nice with the Butso Silks. Next will be Maiden Rock and the Hot Jock looking for a triple. And Eccleberry and Sense of Flurry in the Lothenbach jacket will complete the field. We're ready to go for race number 10. They're in the gate. And they're off from in between horses. Celtics Wildcat speeds to that early lead, joined in kind by She's on Easy Street. Flash Flood hustles up the inside. The favorite is right there behind those horses. That's Minnesota Nice. And the last horse away is With Her Boots On. And Celtics Wildcat and Luis Fuentes. He tries to throttle that one down on the front end. They lead it by a desperate neck from Flash Flood to the inside. She's on Easy Street to the outside. Sense of Flurry and Rye Eccleberry set up in a perfect spot, just a couple lengths behind those leaders. The favorite is fanned out 4 wide. That's Harry Hernandez in Minnesota Nice. That's a gap of 6 lengths back to Maiden Rock, and still nothing from With Her Boots On. They went 24-2 for the opening quarter mile, and it's a jumbled front pack here, led by Celtics Wildcat. She's on Easy Street, has been clinging to that one all the way. Quinones can wait no longer. He's on the inside looking to make his move on Flash Flood, and there goes Minnesota Nice. And Harry Hernandez cuts with that favorite, and Minnesota Nice makes a conspicuous move. Celtics Wildcat tries to run with that one. Flash Flood is right there tracking. Eccleberry's all over Sense of Flurry. Nothing from She's on Easy Street, and With Her Boots On is impressing from the back of the pack, but has 8 lengths to make up. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and Celtics Wildcat still there. Minnesota Nice on the outside. Here comes With Her Boots On as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. Minnesota Nice to the front. With Her Boots On charges up the inside. From the back of the pack is Maiden Rock into the final football field. Minnesota Nice with Her Boots On coming quick. Minnesota Nice with Her Boots On. Minnesota Nice got there. Finishing time 140.94. 140.94. Photo up on the board. And the results of the 10th after the photo. Winner number 3, Minnesota Nice. Second goes to the 1 with her boots on. Third goes to the long shot, Maiden Rock, the 6. Fourth to the 2, Flash Flood. 3-1, 6-2. Still unofficial. Race 10, official and cashable $5 for your win bet on Minnesota Nice. The 6-3 double, $21.30. The pick 3, $154.20. The pick 4 paid $628.25. And that pick 5 returned $4,464. The Billy Smith 3-1 exacta, $5.80. Getting set to enter the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure is the victorious Minnesota Nice. Minnesota Nice is a 4-year-old bay filly by Stroll out of Pretty as a Smile. Foaled right here in Minnesota for the owners, Barry and Joni Butzo. The winning trainer, Hall of Famer, Mikey Beeler. And the winning jockey with his second win on the card. He's our top jockey. He's Double H, Harry Hernandez. Congratulations to the connections of Minnesota Nice. This does conclude our live racing program tonight at Canterbury. Simulcasting, as always, available on level 3. Main level, you've got the beautiful Canterbury Card Room, Texas Hold'em, Blackjack, all kinds of great gaming activity, air-conditioned with food and beverage service right at your table, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When you do end up leaving Canterbury, drive home safe, and we'll see you back for tomorrow's Pepsi Family Day with the first post at 1 p.m. Good night, everybody. They're off from in between horses. Celtics Wildcat speeds to that early lead, joined in kind by She's on Easy Street. Flash Flood hustles up the inside. The favorite is right there behind those horses. That's Minnesota Nice. And the last horse away is With Her Boots On. And Celtics Wildcat and Luis Fuentes. He tries to throttle that one down on the front end. They lead it by a desperate neck from Flash Flood to the inside. She's on Easy Street to the outside. Sense of Flurry and Rye Eckleberry set up in a perfect spot, just a couple lengths behind those leaders. The favorite is fanned out 4 wide. That's Harry Hernandez in Minnesota Nice. That's a gap of 6 lengths back to Maiden Rock, and still nothing from With Her Boots On. They went 24-2 for the opening quarter mile, and it's a jumbled front pack here, led by Celtics Wildcat. She's on Easy Street, has been clinging to that one all the way. Quinones can wait no longer. He's on the inside looking to make his move on Flash Flood, and there goes Minnesota Nice. And Harry Hernandez cuts with that favorite, and Minnesota Nice makes a conspicuous move. Celtics Wildcat tries to run with that one. Flash Flood is right there tracking. Eckleberry's all over Sense of Flurry. Nothing from She's on Easy Street, and With Her Boots On is impressing from the back of the pack, but has 8 lengths to make up. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and Celtics Wildcat still there. Minnesota Nice on the outside. Here comes With Her Boots On as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. Minnesota Nice to the front. With Her Boots On charges up the inside. From the back of the pack is Maiden Rock into the final football field. Minnesota Nice with Her Boots On coming quick. Minnesota Nice with Her Boots On. Minnesota Nice got there